immediately taken out of the gene pool. But so Alan gave me some wine. My friends didn't show up. There was huge electricity in the air. Alan and I are chatting, and I look up and I say, there's somebody standing next to you. Bill Bradley or any of the real ones have nights when it's like you just can't stop saying the correct stuff. So here's the reason I'm bringing this up is I was lying on the couch saying, yeah, he's right here. Oh, man, he looks like a movie star, which he does. He's got a truck. The truck's name is Brenda. It's a white truck. He was born in Texas. So, all of that stuff. Like bim, bam, boom, it happens, which is really fun when it does. But here's the thing. I don't think he left after the reading because stuff has been vanishing since last night. And that's something that having a playful energy who wants your attention, that's something that happens. So this is why I tell people, don't use Ouija boards. Don't try mediumship at home. It takes a long, long time of training, a lot of falling down and getting up. You also really want to be careful. I thought I was. I did all the precautions, Archangel Michael, salt, setting a chihuahua on fire. No, I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that. Not without marshmallows. Anyway, and the reason we were late tonight is because I went to go to my camera setup, and the thing that holds the camera, missing, gone. It was there this afternoon. It's been there. It doesn't move. I don't move things because if I do move things, they get lost. But I didn't move that. Also, last night I was just sitting by the fire, which is my little fire. You can see there. And if you're going to judge me for it saying Duraflame on the side, you go hew your own wood because I'm a busy girl. So last night after I did the call, there was a gold sequin pillow on a chair, which I have one at my friend's house in the city, my girlfriend where I stay. But I didn't think I brought it home. And I'm serious, it's a gold sequin pillow. And, I would turn my head and do something else. I look back, it's gone. I live alone right now. I probably shouldn't tell you this. And the jewelry is in the drawer over there. I also have an alarm system that's like 47 Dobermans on acid, so don't even think about it. But not that you would. You're awesome. Long story short, I think I'm haunted right now. And I'm not kidding. And it's happened before. Those of you who tuned in very kindly, tuned into the show before, have been here when I was doing mediumship work for one young woman, and her dad and my dad were stationed in the army in Germany around the same time. And I couldn't quite get this guy. It was early on in the show. It was like 4 years ago. I'm like, he's in some sort of, it's like a tuxedo. He's got very good posture. What is it? I can't quite get it. And the uniform thing never crossed my mind. Her father was an army professional. Mine wasn't. And just at that moment, a souvenir from my dad's time in Germany, in Bavaria, literally jumped off the mantelpiece. And people were like, that's really cool, man. How did you fake that? I'm like, have you met me? I couldn't fake putting my socks on. I mean, also, there's no way to fake that I can think of. Anyway, so here's some stuff to do if you don't want ghosts in your house. 1, it's going to sound a little crazy, but put salt around the doorstep. I'm going to go put salt around sort of the whole perimeter. I know it seems like salt, really? Are you going to have the ghost die of like high blood pressure? Is that your plan? Like, no, that's not my plan. Although now that you think of it, it's kind of a good plan. But the other thing I like to do is Archangel Michael, back, forth, sideways, and down. I don't care if you're Christian, Jewish, Hindu, Muslim. The archangels are energies that have existed since before time was time, and before I was even late, which is really time. And we make up these names for them, but they always serve this purpose. There are different purposes. Archangel Michael is sort of the one who protects the caveman from the wolves outside the fire. I mean, obviously, things have come a little farther since then, but he is it when it comes to any kind of spiritual protection. And often, honestly, it took me a really long time to be able to say this kind of thing without embarrassment because my parents are but there are scientists, and I really like facts, but the fact is, this stuff works. You can't rely on it. It's like luck. If you rely on intuition alone to get you through life without getting a job or without getting up and making your own luck and hoping, you're not going to do well. And it's funny because I've been a psychic for 20 years now. I mean, I started pretty young. I couldn't help it. The real ones can't help it. It's not a lot of fun. Being a real psychic, I don't think you don't want to go there. Also, there's stuff that real psychics are not allowed to do. Well, I just got off the topic of keeping ghosts away from your home. Don't use Ouija boards. Not ever. You might as well just put a big sign up in the spirit world that says free beer and Springsteen tickets. Come on in. And you will get absolute rabble of spirits. You don't want them there. They're like looking for, you get a bunch of freeloading dopes if you do that. If you want to learn to do mediumship work, you need to spend time finding a real teacher. I would kind of stay away from it, because if you can do it, you're already doing it, and you just need help and protection. If you can't do it, please don't bother. It's a pain in the bum. When I first discovered that I could talk to dead people, which was more like they showed up and I had to be polite, it wasn't fun. Okay, it was fun the first time. Not gonna lie. Not when I saw the ghosts. Ghosts are terrifying to me. Ghosts. But the first time I talked to people who weren't actually in the whole alive sector anymore was at my friend Alan Michelson. He's a brilliant indigenous American artist. Brilliant. And this is about 20 years ago. My then husband was a fine artist, and I was going to have a party in his studio. All my girlfriends were supposed to come, but that afternoon, the skies opened, and there was lightning from floor to ceiling. Not in the apartment. You know what I mean? There was lightning from sky to earth for about 20 hours. It was nuts. People dumbly went out on their iron balconies and said, "Well, I'm just going to put my foot in a pot of water. Look at this." They immediately taken out of the gene pool. But so Alan gave me some wine. My friends didn't show up. There was huge electricity in the air. Alan and I are chatting, and I look up and I say, "There's somebody standing next to you, and I can see through her." He said, "Really?" I said, "Yes." And I said, "She's about 5'1", looks kind of like a Russian old guy, but in a wig. She's holding this blue cake thing with a puffy cake on top of it. She's wearing a house dress. She's great. She says her name is Rosa, and she's born either March 13th or 15th. And he said, "That's my adoptive grandma. That's my grandma." And I went through his entire family. I could see them all standing there. And they would just feed me facts, because I guess they wanted him to know that they were still around him. I'm not sure why, but they all showed up. And as it turned, there was a very complicated adoption story there too that I'm not going to get into because I dumbly mentioned his name. But if you haven't had a paranormal experience by the age of 29, 30, I would say maybe it's not in this lifetime what the universe wants you to focus on. I'm a writer and a singer. I performed all over. I mean, I did pretty well singing in New York, she says, in a modest fashion, but I believe women should brag, and I write songs. But the psychic thing literally like picked me up and went boom and put my head in it. Like, do I have a choice here? Because I'd really like to go back to retail if it's all the same to you. And things were just arranged. So I wound up doing this for a living, which thank goodness. And the other thing is, if you want to be a psychic, it's not about you. I have trouble remembering that. I have a Leo moon, big egotist, not a narcissist, big ego. It's fun. You have to be a performer, be a performer. But if it's just about you wanting fame, that doesn't work. You have to really love the people you're reading for, even if you don't. Because I promise, if you start a reading, if you ever get that far and want to do this, and there's a lot of responsibility here, so never, ever, ever say anything like do this or somebody will die, ever. Anybody says to you anything like do this or this person will die or this person's going to get up, get your purse, take your money, get the hell out of there. Slug them first would be my advice. A lot of irresponsible psychics working out there. Anybody tells you anything other than here are the possibilities I see for you. Here are the people who are coming through for you. This might be my imagination. I might be really good at reading your micro expressions. Who knows? But once people who use this for power and manipulation, they're not going to be good, and you're not going to get a good reading, and they can hurt you. So you want to go for sort of big, gentle dopes like me. A lot of astrologers and healers are actually pretty psychic. That's why they go into that. It's not their first love. But my friend Elizabeth Grace is, I'd say, a psychic astrologer. There's some really great people out there. I'm rambling. That's because a ghost messed with my camera. And so I started late. So we couldn't take callers. I'm hoping that next week you'll come back. And I'll be all on time, and I will be unghosted by then, because I'm going to show this guy back into the light, take responsibility for my part, and bring him here when he didn't really ask to be brought here. And I guess, I don't know. The only other thing, my producers asked me to talk about the eternal wisdom of drummers, but that's because he's a drummer. But I will tell you a musician joke, and then Dave, how much time do we have? Oh, great, my producer. What? Okay, so here's my musician joke. It's an insider musician joke. Did you hear about the bass player who locked his keys in the car? Yeah, he had to break the window to get the drummer out. If you've ever been in a band, you'll find that funny. What do you call a lead guitar player who doesn't have a girlfriend? Homeless. What's the difference between an accordion and an onion? Nobody ever cries when you chop up an accordion. And what's the least used question in the English language? Hey, isn't that the banjo player's Portia? Okay, guys, I love you. Come back next week. You got a little stream of consciousness advice and some backstage look at what it's like to be inadvertently the real deal. But I hope you'll call next week and let me be the real deal for you, because I freaking adore you. I just do. All right, darlings. Mwah. Perry Lyons, New York City celebrity psychic, Moonstruck TV, A1R Psychic Radio. They're great people on the station. Australian Cowgirl, all these really cool people. The producers really know what they're doing when it comes to picking talent, except for me, I just bribed them. And come sit by my fire next week. I'm Joan of Arc. Okay, bye-bye.
Accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials. A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I'm Psychic Medium John Capello, and I want to invite you to go to my website at johncapello.com and learn more about my work. My career has spanned over 30 years, and I've had the privilege to share my psychic and mediumship abilities with thousands. I hope to hear from you soon.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello there, hi, and happy Valentine's Day to all of you, everybody out there. It's one of those really nice days in the year that we should all be getting roses and chocolates and champagne, shouldn't we? So I hope you've got yours too. And here I am in London. I'm Eleanor Grace, a psychic medium, and I'm here waiting and ready to take your calls that are going to come in tonight. It's 7 o'clock here in London, in the United Kingdom. And I know that all across the world, we've got various different times. It's 2 o'clock, isn't it, over there in New York, and also 11 o'clock over in LA, in Sydney, Australia. I'm not quite sure, but I think it's much, much earlier. So welcome, welcome, everyone. I've got two lovers cards for you here. This is the young love of the impetuous love, the young couple that want to kiss and cuddle all the time. And I have the other lover's card here in the deck of the tarot. And this is for more mature folk, people who maybe have been round the block a couple of times, waited a little bit until they decided to tie the knot. But this is two people accepting each other as two equals. So all that thrust of young love has gone. It's not there anymore. So we're going to be very interested here tonight to see who comes through and what sort of love they have on Valentine's Day. What, are they still looking for love? Have they found it? Have they got that true heart? Is there somebody special in their lives? Well, we're going to find out very soon. Now, also, I have my crystal ball. This is, of course, the amethyst crystal. I've got my rose quartz as well, which if I can reach it a little bit later, we'll be having a look at that. But the amethyst is very special. It is the crystal for February, and it is prized and was prized by all the ancients as being a unique gemstone, a precious stone, even more precious than diamonds. So this is one thing that I will be using. I think we've got Desiree here on the line. Desiree, hello there. Apologies if I've not pronounced your name correctly. I'm from London, so I'm not used to all the American names. Desiree, how are you? You're through to Eleanor Grace here in London. Are you okay today?
I'm okay today. Yes. How are you?
Oh, brilliant. Yes, yeah, fine. Okay, we're going to have a look now, Desiree, into the amethyst crystal ball. So I was just showcasing here on the live stream so that we can all have a look and see exactly what happens when we look into the crystal ball. And this is what I'm showing you guys here. And it's a beautiful hue of violet and indigo shades, those purpley shades that really do bring through the message here of love from the heart. And this is what I feel is there with you, Desiree, that there's some changes that you're going to be anticipating, but you know about those already. You will be reaching out as well to friends. These are groups of friends, maybe even old friends that you haven't seen for a while. It's unusual for you to do that as well. I don't see you being overly chatty. I feel that you're quite a private person, Desiree. Is that correct? Do you like to keep
Correct.
yourself to yourself? Yeah. Well, I don't blame you. I mean, we don't all want to share everything all over the world, do we? But I do
No.
see I do see a person here. Well, it's a bit awkward because there's one person that seems to be leaving your life. He's walking off to the left. And then there's another very prominent character who is walking towards you. And he's coming in from the right here in your crystal ball. So I feel that you have a dilemma and that you will be presented with choices. I've said that there are changes coming in already, but I feel that these are choices that are private to you, and perhaps that's the way that you want to keep it. You don't want to elect to really sort of say too much about your preferences, but I feel that there is a situation that you need to resolve. So there's somebody who's either leaving your life or who has left your life already that you need to get sort of on board in your own mind, in your own heart. And you need to understand what happened there before really and truly you can welcome this other person into your world. And
Yep.
this is on a few levels here as well, because you've also got spirit coming in big time. So there's a lady who's standing right in front of me here in the crystal, and she's sort of wanting to embrace you, love you, cuddle you, give you all the hearts and kisses that she can find. So this is a maternal person, a grandmother, mother, who is showing here. And I've got the big capital of A as well here, Desiree.
Okay. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
okay, so let's just see where we are with what is being shown to me in the crystal ball. So has this happened? Is this happening now where somebody is walking away, or have you really allowed somebody to be removed from your memories and, really just think, okay, that was then and this is now. Is that true for you here, Desiree?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And the person that is walking here towards you that I can see on the right, um, have you met him yet? Because if you haven't, and if he's not actually approached your life, then you've got lots of surprises coming in because he's almost there. I feel as though commitment, love, romance, abundance is almost there. So is he there yet? Let us all know.
He is. Yes.
Oh, good, good. Right. So we're going to. Well, I always have to be careful because sometimes we've got this time scale. I'm seeing things in the future because that's where I live most of the time, in the future. And you are operating and functioning today. So, of course, we have to synchronize what I can see with what's happening really in your life. And that's why I'm always very careful to make sure that we're accurate, we've got it right, we know where we are, and then we can look at what's going to happen next. But usually, Desiree, when we have the crystal ball, bringing in such prominent images about you and your life, that's when um, really you can't falter it. It's a clairvoyant image, it's a psychic image, it's come from spirit as well. It's not being predicted through cards or, there's nothing random about it at all. Now, can you tell me this capital A? Who is that in your
My
life?
mom. My mom.
Your what's her name?
Anne Marie.
Oh, it is Anne. Okay. Is there an Alice as well? Or
No.
Alison? No. Okay. So it is Anne, the big A. And is she with you in spirit?
I believe she is.
Yeah. I think she's around you. I think you can feel Anne, can't you? Your mum. And I feel that this is so special as well, particularly today, because she's sending you those hearts, those hugs, those kisses, cuddles, big, big cuddles. If I was with you, I would hug you and I would just really share that emotion. She's showing you this card as well. I brought this out already. This is a more mature relationship, a marriage, a signal that there's a commitment that is going to just grow and grow and grow, get better and better and better. And this is a card that I'm taking now for you, Six of Pentacles. This is about a time scale. So this is June this year. It's the 6th month of the year. This is when you will be feeling as though you've achieved something that you've really thought you weren't going to. And this, I feel, is more in the area of financial stability. It's got pentacles around it. You've got savings here, and wanting to stockpile even more, put pennies away, but then more than that, and create a lovely sort of soft bed of a nest egg for you. So it's putting everything away. It's not just money either. These are assets. These are things that you've had for a while, and also like collecting precious items, and you're starting again. This is the card from the tarot. This is the full card here, but it's in my romantic deck, which are the Victorian cards, which are the British sort of Victorian, Queen Victoria, and very romantic they were too, and perhaps a little bit sort of daydreamish, but you're not being. And this is telling you that you will be making preparation here for some very special times to come. And Anne, your mum from Spirit, is smoothing the path. She's like got a sweeping brush and she's sweeping everything
Who she
away.
is. Yep. Who she
Is
is.
that is that what she did?
It's who she is. I feel it. Yep.
Okay, well, I feel that this is leaves as well. So we've got the timescale card of June, where your life is going to turn around this June, and that's about prosperity here. So don't forget that month where you're making plans, they're all coming together, and you're happy about that. I've got 3 children here as well. Are they yours? Do they belong to
They
you?
are mine. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. They're all on your beach, all around you, you know. So you're going to the coast. You're going to be on a beach somewhere, all of you together. That's nice. It's a nice sort of windy, sort of really lovely, upbeat feeling. It's lovely, warm wind, warm breeze, very gentle. But the autumn, the fall, it's autumn in England, in your, it's the fall where you are. That is going to be when she's sweeping all the leaves, and she wants to say to you, it will all be resolved by then. You won't really have anything to worry about from then. Everything is all in place and it's all fitting together. Who is it that is higher learning? Who is going to be learning so much more this autumn? A new training, being a student, or something that is very important that's coming in. Is that you, or is that one of your family members?
I don't know at the moment.
All right, well, maybe it's you. But you're being told here to take action. And this is from your mum and from Spirit. So it's not just on a personal basis here, Desiree. This is about you taking action in your life and wanting to meet your milestones. So you will be setting some goals for yourself. It's probably important for you to do that today and also within the next 2 weeks. Try and think about where you want to be in September, October, because those are the months that your mum, your
I already
aunt,
set goal of where I want to be in there. Yep. I have
where,
set a goal of where I want to be. Yes.
okay, is that in a different location or is it a philosophical plan as to
Yes.
what you want to
Yes.
achieve
Yep.
by then?
Yep. Location.
Location. Yeah, I thought so. So it's going to happen. That's what your message is today. It is going to happen. That's come from your mum. And that plan is a good one. You have to bring in first the prosperity in June, of course, because that's when you need to have all of the ends together. You'll perhaps be
Yes.
signing
Add that. Yep.
contracts. Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
And it will work, as if by magic. It's going to work. You have this card from the angels as well. We're just taking this one here, and it says success, if you can see it. And the angel today is your mum, of course, and the success that she wants you to have, she never had. Do you understand that?
I
Um,
do
she, ne-
understand that.
okay, she never had it, and that I think is very special message here for you, because it's out of this world. It's out, outer worldly, otherworldly. That's the saying, because it's coming in from this very special place, and she's giving you that as a gift. She's almost saying to you, look, you can do this, and I never could, and I'm so thrilled for you. I'm so pleased for you. There's a ring as well. I want to show you a ring. She doing this with her fingers. I think she always did. There was a ring that was too big or something. It went round her fingers too much. She hated it and got annoyed with it. But she wanted. Is that true? She wanted to let you know that she's there with you, and this ring is coming to you as well. So you're likely to have something bought here for you as a gift, and that's very special to Desiree. So 3 children, very healthy, no problem. Stop worrying about the youngest. I think you're just
Yeah, she's right. Yep. Yes.
and you do, don't you? Just worry a bit too much, and there's no need. There really isn't any need at all. There's lots of love here for you, and lots of luck as well this Valentine's Day. So I feel love and success is around you this year, and take it and be so very, very pleased with your mum having come through from spirit today. It doesn't always happen, but there's Anne, and she gave you that message from the crystal ball straight away. It comes straight in. She was with us. She was with us before you joined speaking to me. There she was. She knew where you were, and that's
Really?
important. Yeah, because she knew you were talking to me. She could see my light. She can see your light. That's why she came in. That's how it works. So
That's
when you're
beautiful. That's
well, I know it's lovely. I mean, feel quite choked myself, because I saw her initial in the crystal. I saw the lady coming forward, so I knew she was there for you. And everything that she's told you, you already knew, and it was already in the plan. So it's going to work. It's there for you. Be lucky. Be very lucky.
Thank you very much.
Speak to you, Desiree, and I'll speak to you again. Okay, thank you for joining us here on Moonstruck TV, A1R Psychic Radio. So I'm through now, I think, to my next caller. Paul, is it? Paul in Scotland. Hello there.
Hi, yes.
Hello, Paul. You're through to Eleanor Grace. I'm down here in London. How's it going up there in Scotland? Is it
Yeah,
nice and
okay.
chilly and cold? Oh, yeah, okay. Whereabouts
Yeah,
are you in Scotland?
in Bathgate.
Where? Ah, okay, lovely. Well, let's have a look at you. I'm going to again take my crystal ball here. It's very powerful. We always love to do this, particularly on Valentine's. So let's have a look here. This is the amethyst crystal. I'm just bringing it right up here to the screen so that you can see. Now, Paul, I feel as though you want to make a commitment to somebody, or you want to propose, not necessarily marriage, but you want to make a statement here to somebody. I've got a lady here to your right. She seems to be quite far in the distance here in your crystal. And to the right of my scene here, I've got all sorts of things collapsing. So this is distant past, not the future. And the collapsing elements here is a bit sort of like snow would fall very quickly. And I feel that that's something that you've endured and that that has happened in the past, has marked you and made you feel very tentatively going forward here. But I've got this wonderful girl who is very, very much in your future and part of your life, and somebody that embraces you, sort of warts and all. So she's quite prepared to take you on. And there's a very busy business that's here as well that I can see. Money changing hands and you feeling as though you're being very successful. A creative journey is what you're on. So I do have here a very strong pathway. And the pathway that I can see is a little bit like that yellow brick road. You know, you've had to dig deep here and find a lot of courage and find a lot of ingenuity, the ability to really see your way forward, think on your feet, and really just work hard. You know, there's lots of twists and turns that have been taken already. There's another male that I can see here in your crystal. He's either a partner, a really good friend, or a brother, somebody who is surrounding you with support, which is brilliant. And this business opportunity coming out of creative thinking. So it's something that you may start small, you may have already done it. We'll check in a moment when we look at the cards, but it's really, really necessary for you to believe in yourself. Is that something that you've already started, Paul?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it recent? Is that something that you're sort of, oh, is that the right thing to do? Is that how you felt?
Yeah, it's been recent.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm telling you from the crystal here, it is. It's absolutely the right thing to do. It's the only thing to do. But remember that image of the yellow brick road where you've got to sort of encounter all sorts of difficulties and problems, but the overriding theme here is success. You will be successful. Let's take a quick look into the cards as well, because it's nice to get this detail. Now, the girl that I can see is sort of quite distant. She's beautiful, and she's very romantic. So she's probably very likely not to, how can I say it, sort of be business-like. You know, she would be a bit more dreamy, or perhaps not able to um, function here on this very, very practical basis. But that's what you're attracted to. Is that correct? Is that her? Is that how she operates? Yeah. Well, you've got here the Ace of Cups, which has come through in your cards. This is falling in love. I mean, it's Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. And you've got the card for falling in love, which is amazing. But this is a deeper level. So it's not just falling in love once, but you're falling in love twice and three times. Falling, falling, falling. It's a bit like Lady Gaga and her song, you know, you're out of the shallows, you're very much in the deep, but it's going to work. It's brilliant. Is that how you're feeling, Paul?
It is, yeah.
Now, in spirit, I do have the Empress. So this is your mum or your maternal grandmother. But apart from her, I also have a man that's standing there. But I feel as though he is connected to your mum. So it's either her brother or her father. So is there somebody that's recently passed, Paul? I have to ask you, because it seems to be as though this guy is sort of floating around, not really knowing quite where he is. And I just wanted to bring his flavour to you. Who is he? Is he just recently
My brother.
passed? Your brother? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What happened in November? Was that an anniversary or a recent passing? What happened then? He's saying November
I think
to
he
me.
passed away in November.
He passed away in November.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aye.
He loves you. He wants to say that to you. Oh dear. He's very emotional, but he's been a bit lost. I don't think he knew where he was straight away in November when he passed. But you were there, weren't you? Did you light candles for him? Or did you put a light on for him? Because he could see you. He could see your light. Do you understand that? Is that something that's relevant to you? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, remember the knock on the door. Did you used to play that as children? Did you? Did you knock on the door and run away? And yeah. Is that well? He's saying to you, it's just like that. It's just the same. It's going to come up and it's going to knock on your door. So if you just hear a little bit of wind or the door going, it's him. It's your brother, Paul. I mean, he's there. Who is Robert? Is he in your family?
No, I don't think so.
A grandfather, Robert? You'll think
No.
about it. Okay, well, Paul, watch for that name, will you? Because I feel that this is either somebody that your brother is sending to you or a person that is going to be important going forward here. Do you have a daughter, Paul?
Yeah.
Is she a soft heart? Has she got a very soft heart? Is she a sweet heart? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I've got some very good news coming for her. This is what your brother is saying. And I want to go back to the funeral as well, to November, because I feel as though he was with you, he was there, and he was making such a difference. You made such a difference. Did you stand up and speak? What was it that you said?
No.
You knew. Who was it? Who stood up to speak?
I think it's probably his partner.
Yeah, okay.
No.
Up to you, but he could hear that speech. You must tell his partner. He knew what she was saying, and he was there. He was part of it. He was present, and then whisked away. And that's when he knew where he was. That's when he knew. However, one last message from him is the Sun card here, and the Sun card is for you. It's about your business success. Go for it. Remember the tricks that you played as boys, and always remember him that way. So I'm going to love and leave you, and thank you so much for joining us today. Paul from Scotland, and I've been Eleanor Grace, and I'm your psychic medium, and you can find out a lot more about me on gracedestiny.com. See you same time next week. Bye for now. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Urban Monk with the Urban Monk UK.
Urban Monk UK.
Search Long Road to Richmond on Facebook.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8 888-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is the Urban Monk on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are around the world. As you know, if you follow the show regularly, I would normally start with a good evening. But today I'm broadcasting live on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV from sunny California. But unfortunately, things haven't panned out as I would have wished to start with, which is why I've transferred over Monk Towers to California, so I can't show you any sort of beautiful scenery. But it's very interesting that I planned the trip, didn't worry about it. We've caught on that before, and the minute I get here, the whole world falls apart, you know. And it's one of those tests that you have to think about. Well, it's my life situation. It's not an issue. It's not the situation that's the problem. It's, as I say constantly, it's how we deal with it. Now, the drama's not from my point of view. What's happened is I should be somewhere on the beach or somewhere in Death Valley. But when I got to my friend's house where I'm staying, currently living in his trailer, his truck had broke down. He had to repair the truck. Well, he was kicking, screaming, shouting, angry, frustrated. And I tried to say, you know, at the end of the day, this is all the kind of stuff that's sent to make us live in the present. This gentleman has recently had heart surgery, had stents fitted. And when I tried to explain it's because he's always angry and kicking his truck, he kind of poo-pooed the matter. But we went on to chat about it. And then his good lady wife was away in somewhere for Labor Day. And when we got together, when they came back, we were talking, and the issue between myself and the truck was that I had to say, let it go, doesn't matter, you know. And I was trying to explain to my friend that by getting agitated and angry and removing himself from the present, that's not going to really achieve anything, and it's just going to affect his health. So we sort of got working on the truck and got it fixed, and then yesterday or the day before spent a day on a really nice pontoon boat that he's brought, and we spent a day on the lake fishing. I've not fished since I was probably 10 years old, and a funny story about that, the only fish I ever caught was the smallest fish you could catch, and I caught it by the tail. So it was hooked by the tail. So I decided there and then never to fish again. But yesterday we took the fishing rods out and cast them into the water, very much like casting thoughts out into the universe. So I'm looking for something. I'm putting out the bait. I'm putting out the line. I'm putting out the float for something to happen that I'm looking for. And that's very much like nowism or being present. It's back to linking in with the universal vibration, the thought process, the law of attraction, all those kind of things. Now, somebody would say, well, that fish is swimming around the water. It's not thinking about you and your law of attraction. But I'm using that as a metaphor or an analogy. I wanted something that was in another place. So I had to cast the bait, if you like. I had to cast the thought into the universe, cast the bait into the water. My friend and I just sat listening to music, having a beer, enjoying well, it was over 100 degrees where we were at the lake at the time. It was over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is very hot. Can't tell you what it is in centigrade because I don't know. So I was sitting there having a few beers, and then he said to me, what's happening with your float? So I went to have a look, and just for a couple of seconds, I couldn't see the float. So I got the rod, yanked on it and reeled it in. Got myself a really nice catfish. Really, really chuffed, really pleased. But again, it was only something that was superfluous really to the day. Just being in the moment, it helped me relax and just be present there with nature. The fish, unfortunately, got caught in the now, but clearly we unhooked it and let it go. Carrying on that conversation, we were talking about the fact I'd never fished, and it took me back to how I used to think about things, how I used to be before my road trip, that I would be constantly thinking about the past. And up to that point yesterday, very important, I'd identified with a 40 or 50-year-old event that stopped me from doing something moving forward. I'd never fished, didn't like fishing, purely and simply because I wasn't successful at it. I tried and tried and sat there for hours and caught this poor little fish by its tail. So I hope you can understand what I'm trying to say in terms of, while we're there, we take what we get. We imagine, or we think, or we put that energy out into the universe in the belief, okay, it's very important, in the belief that what we're actually focusing on and visualizing will come to pass. And in this conversation with my friend about getting angry over the truck, we went over the whole seeing is believing, or I'll believe it when I see it, that kind of thing. And for people that have watched the show before, you'll know I'm very keen on I'll see it when I believe it. Very simple way of turning the words around, but I'll see it when I believe it. So if I'm believing something, if I'm believing that I want to be in this position, or I want health, or I want happiness, I want security, I have to believe it before I see it. We threw the line back in, put another worm on, threw the line back in, and again, I caught another fish. Not done one, 50 years, never caught a fish. Didn't want to do it, didn't enjoy it, and I identified with that event, which stopped me up to that point from moving forward and enjoying and experiencing life, which is only now. We've only got this very moment, the moment I'm talking to you, that's all we ever have. And it's kind of difficult for people to understand that, but once you can grasp the concept that what's gone before has gone and what's yet to come hasn't happened yet, then it becomes quite that much simpler. Well, this next catfish was absolutely massive. My friend said it's the biggest catfish he's seen in 30 years of fishing. I don't know whether that's the case or not, but it was one of those things, you know. I'd been there, I tried it, I got it. I cast my thoughts out into the universe. I cast the bait out into the water. It's very, very simple. It's a very simple analogy, but it's so powerful when we think about what we want. Twist that on its head. If we think about the negativity, or we think about the pain, my friend was thinking about the fact that we were supposed to be going to Death Valley, which is his favorite place. He'd taken vacation time from work, so he's stressing himself because it's a waste of vacation time. He's on his back under the truck trying to fix the problem. I was down there helping him, but it was something that had to be done. And getting agitated and shouting and kicking and screaming did nothing other than hurt himself. And I don't mean that energy-wise. He actually bruised his foot. He did damage to his toes, damage to his foot. For what? The truck still didn't work. So we got together the next day. We lay down on the floor. We looked at the parts. We took our time. We made it work. We needed to go to Death Valley. We need to go to the lake. We've got future things that we need to think about. But as I said, we can only affect those things now. By being present is the only time we could fix the truck in order to be at that place in some future time. He got it. We sat, and later on that night after we were working on it, and when we got back from the lake, we sat talking, and it's the kind of slow dripping feed, if you like. I studied martial arts for many years, and one of the main concepts, if you like, is that a slowly dripping tap will bore through stone. Apologies. A slowly dripping tap will bore through stone. So it's about soft, it's about slow, it's about being present and being in the now. He got it, and we had a great time. It was a great time fishing, and it's something that I might again take up when I get back to England or some future time. I'm considering it now, but I want you to understand it's just the link between throwing things out into the universe. Expect them to come back. Visualize exactly what it is that you want. Work constantly at focusing on that imagery. See it. If you see it in your heart of hearts and you see it in your mind, you will get it. You will get it. Believe it. Believe it. Believe it. That's all I can really say. I'm getting really hot because I've had to turn the air conditioning off in the trailer so that you didn't get a constant hum in the background. And hopefully this time next week, I will be somewhere out and doing the show from my mobile phone, and I can show you a little bit of sunny California for those that have not been here. In the meantime, take care. Have a great week. Love to you all. Bye-bye.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Well, you're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Susanna Medium with Susanna Hershaw. Live from SusannaMedium.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Susanna Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful, my lovely friends. Thank you very much for joining me for another brilliant, beautiful, loving, I wanted to say exciting, playful, insightful, empowering session with me here on the Ask One Radio Network, A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I am your show host, Susanna Medium. Yes, and it's always 9 letters, ZSU, ZSA, NNA. Medium. This is where you can find me everywhere. So it's good to be back. I hope you are all very well, wherever you are. You are here or there on any part of the earth here. So we love the beautiful energies and the beautiful vibes. So I really, really hope and trust, not just hope, but trust that you bring that loving energy to your heart as well. That is the most important thing what we can do these days. So my lovely friends, today I'm going to take one caller because I was really looking forward to being back here and talking to one of you, the one lucky one who is getting through. Now, if you feel that you would like to talk to me or find me right now, come to my Facebook page, which is Susanna Medium, where I normally or usually do a Friday evening open session, so you can sign up for that opportunity to get a reading with me, or alternatively you can book a private conversation, a private reading. So I tell you what, there are quite a lot of interesting things happening. I know I was not here for a week or two, and you see, Spirit is always putting us where we need to be and doing and empowering us and encouraging us what we need to do. And quite unexpectedly, I ended up doing various courses and all the different fields I would normally not endeavor to or embark on. But I really took on everything. And, when you are a very creative person and you like your music and you like your colors, and then you end up doing something on your computer, and then one screen is not enough for you. So I have been working on 2 parallel screens, computers in front of me, and doing and designing and writing. And then I tell you what, that's a very, very exciting place because, we can do the talking. So if you have been listening to these shows, there's a lot of talking going on, but then now we are sailing on different oceans and different, not just seas, but oceans. So check out my pages. It's susannamedium.com. That is actually being just updated right now. But right now, everything is on Facebook. So go there, come there, and let's continue the conversation. And while I'm saying this, because usually I don't have time at the end of my show. So here we go. Today, I am going to talk to somebody beautiful. Oh, it's a different Scotland. It looks like I was suddenly thinking it's the Scotland where I am. It's a different Scotland. So lovely. So Margaret, I'm going to talk to Margaret in Hamilton in Scotland. So Margaret, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Good to have you here. So what shall we do today? I didn't bring any cards, but then we are going to have a little chat. So what is really happening with you? How would you like me to work?
Through just if there's any relationship stuff coming up.
Okay, so relationship. No, okay. So I tell you what. Okay. So if you can hear me, just give me a yes or a no, or I don't understand. Oh, I don't know what she's talking about.
I can't hear you.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now, when you said the word relationships, it was showing me that things are really upside down, like everything is up in the air. And then it's not just the relationship we are trying to, we are trying to bring the energy in, but it feels that amongst many, many things you are keeping yourself busy with, relationship is like a balloon, and you are keeping it over there. And then you see, I am noticing the way how I speak, because normally I speak very, very fast, and very quick. But then while I'm working with your energy, it feels like as if I'm not taking my breath, and then I'm as if grasping for a little breath of air. And I want to think about this, and then I need to do that, and my energy is a little bit all over the place. Shall we start in this way? So would you understand that, please?
Yes.
You do. You do. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, first of all, Spirit says that it's even worse, because I'm feeling very, very, very much in your, so you are very much in your heart, very much in your soul. There's a lot of love and a lot of kindness. And it feels like you have been keeping yourself very, very quiet, very, very quiet for quite a few years, if you understand that. And then Spirit is also talking about 3 candles which you lit. Would you understand lighting 3 candles, please?
No.
No? Okay. They are talking about 3 individuals, 3 different energies, and then it feels like every time when we are entering a relationship or when we were there, we thought that was the world for us. But it feels that it's, there is that big space around you when it comes to love conversation. Now, let's see. Now, what Spirit says that when I'm getting to, because it's quite interesting how they are showing me the space with you or the space around you. When I'm getting to March and April, that is the way where I feel that you will be invited to a gathering, and then we are feeling a little bit reluctant to go along. But then what Spirit says that, yes, you need to take that journey. It feels like when there is an opportunity coming to your way, you feel that, I need to concentrate on what is immediately in front of me. And I just don't have the energy, or I don't want to upset those people who are around me by me taking a different journey or a different trip. And then as if you are talking yourself out of the opportunities, not the possibilities, but the opportunities. And what Spirit says that, come on then. And then what I'm feeling energetically, there is a gentleman in spirit consciousness, feels a father or grandfather energy for us. And then it just gently, actually more than just gently, like pushing you, come on then, go on. Because the way for you to welcome love, how beautiful, welcome love in your life, is that you need to take one step forward so that Spirit can show you the opportunity and show you the individual, the person taking one step forward. But on this occasion, as you are moving forward now, you need to take that step, And then what I feel is that it's not just where we are getting to or whom we are meeting, but what kind of relationship we are talking about objectively, but then you needing to have that courage within yourself. Then when you say that, what, I am just going to have a really, really good time. I'm just going to go along. I'm invited. People want to include me. It means that your energy is needed. You need to be there, So we cannot afford to pull ourselves back and to hold ourselves back. Okay. So for you, I feel in this conversation, the most important thing is not necessarily naming one person, this is what it looks like, although I feel that by May and June, there is somebody else, and June, July onwards, it's a different energy around relationship for you, romantic relationship. But then for you, taking yourself on, just giving yourself that light, that encouragement, that love. And, sometimes it takes that we need to talk to ourselves. And then what Spirit says that we are very much listening to your conversations. All those words, what you have uttered, what you have said, all the kindness and the compassion have been going to other people and other situations. And it's like endless and endless. And I know earlier I used the metaphor of the ocean, but your love and your kindness is like an ocean. And then many, many drops have been given to the ocean, through you, through your love. And then now what Spirit says that now it's time to, like when it rains, catch one raindrop, and catch another one, and catch another one. And bit by bit, giving yourself that energy, that encouragement, that, it is my time, it is my springtime, and then it is my, I want to see, I want to know, I want to be bold enough, I want to be there, just listen to those people who really care about you and care for you. I feel that there are 2 or 3 people who are very, very close to us, and then they are really keeping their eyes on you, friends. It feels like a smaller circle of friends, because they are showing you things, and they are using, even though how I hear the words, what they are saying to you is that you need to take it seriously. So if somebody's paying you a compliment, then, I take it, thank you. And even if you have a different opinion, or you want to say something else, or you want to talk yourself out of that, then you know what, actually step into that different realm, step into that different conversation that, it's I'm enjoying it. That's my journey. I have always been on my own path, on my own journey, and I have been busy with other people and giving energy and encouragement to other people. And it's like the ocean. Work with that energy, work with the water energy. What you have given out is not wasted, because Spirit has been holding like tanks of water. That is what I'm hearing, energetically, metaphorically, for you. What I feel is it takes one step, and then what you have, okay, how we are changing the steps here, because 1 minute here, Margaret, okay? For you, moving forward has been 1 step forward and takes 2 steps back. 1 step forward and 2 steps back. And what Spirit says now, turn the patterns, put some other music on, which is actually making you 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Because you get into that twirl of, what, actually, I'm quite enjoying that people, oh yes, actually, how wonderful people are complimenting and saying beautiful things and giving you the encouragement. You need to have that internal conversation with yourself. Your energy is going to change. I feel that before Easter, there is a shift of energy, and then when we get to the May and June time, then let your hair down, because anything else and everybody else can be taken care of, what you are looking after, But then there is what I feel the female energy is mothers, grandmothers, great-grandmothers energy, loving energy, holding you in grace, and then they are hearing your prayers. So this is what I need to, one more time, just like a final thing I can say to you. So Margaret, I hope I could help you in this very, very quick conversation. How beautiful that we could talk. Feel free to send me an email to hello@susannamedium.com, and I would love to talk to you if you would like to take up that opportunity. So thanks very much for being here, and the rest of the viewers and audience. It's been good to be back. Thanks for tuning in. Follow everything everywhere. Tune into all the other shows. If you want to have your own show, come on board on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, and find all my details on my pages. And from this space, I'm sending you lots of love, many, many blessings, and lots of hearts and lots of love. So here we go. See you next week. Thanks very much. Thanks.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Jacqueline Close-More Live with Jacqueline Close-More. Jacqueline Close-More. Live from jacqueline.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio, or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Jacqueline Closemore
On
Live.
A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Jacqueline Closemore and you're on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. Coming to you live from my office in Melbourne. I've done a bit of refurbing. I've brought my painting in. Some of my books are here. There's more to arrive. There's actually a suitcase over here of just lots of books. It was very heavy. I had to push it down the street with great emphasis and manual labour, which is okay. I mean, but I'm not sure that I would have gotten that into a 20-kilo bag at the airport. Let's just put it that way. Would have set a few sensors off, including the back tail light of the car. But anyhow, where have I been? All right, well, where haven't I been? I've been moving my son to the country. He's got a job out there. I'm enjoying being able to go back and have a restful weekend away from the noise, out in the wops, as they call it in New Zealand, or in Australia, the outback. Well, we don't really use that word much here. It's just people like to think we use that word. It's a bit like other things about other countries versus Australia and why we're called the lucky country and down under, but I'll leave that for another time and your imagination probably. But yeah, so let's talk today about if you're wanting a reading on my show on this station, it's probably best to inbox me on Facebook under Jacqueline Closemore Live, or go onto jacqueline.com.au and just click on the radio show part and or just send an email through there. Just because I have sound issues from my end with taking your calls, but more than happy to respond to emails and do a reading that way over the air, read them out. Also, if there's topics and areas you want me to cover, happy to do that. But today, just wanting to talk about, like, how do you know where you're meant to be in 2023? Yeah, like where's your intention at? What's it doing? It's a 7-year, it's a year of the rabbit. It's a time that can be kind of like go, 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 stop. And sort of this time of at times wanting to hibernate or, not necessarily be out amongst people, and then also yet wanting to spend time with family and these sorts of things. So, I think it's just really good to start the year by setting your intention. Sometimes people just don't have a plan. And I remember the old saying of failing to have a plan is planning to fail and all this sort of thing. And I don't know, I mean, some people can get through life fairly intuitively without a damn clue, can't they? And they just have all the luck in the world. And then you get these people who have to strive for every little bit and they go, why is that person having such a good time? It's like, well, they might be very lucky. And yes, that could be annoying to you who doesn't seem to have that much luck, but we can make our own luck through our decisions. And, we can also make good luck or bad luck, if you want to call it bad luck. I was recently asked by a client, they said that they felt they were cursed, and complex area. It's very rare, actually, that real curses are happening with clients. I mean, out of the clients who might tell me that they're cursed, I feel like maybe 80, 90% are not so much cursed as they are, like by someone else, as they are by their own attitudes. And that's saying that, I do understand completely that people can send you negative vibes, yeah? You can kind of also have a street with the worst feng shui, like just really disgusting. You might even have, I don't know, poltergeists walking through the house and rearranging your furniture. I mean, that's not going to be pleasant, fair enough. But when people talk about feeling like they're cursed and that this has been carried down through generations and all that sort of thing, it's a curse. If someone's trying to send negative juju your way, it's much easier for them to achieve that and have their desired result if they're trying to cause harm to you, if you're buying into it. So if you're kind of approaching it with a loving energy of, that doesn't mean I love this person who's sending me a curse. I mean, I actually do that kind of for humorous reasons, but I'm a bit subversive spiritually, right? Maybe you don't want to send love to that person because you're probably not going to feel like you love them, and it's going to come off a bit weird. But in my weird humour, I can get away with doing that and has really positive effects. But I think the first thing is not to buy into the fear. The second thing is to look at what you can do to unhook any connection with them. So is there some part of you that's also annoyed by them that you're going, I really don't like them either? You know, and I'm feeding that vibe with my anger or my fear and anger. Let's unhook that. Let's detach that. Maybe that anger is quite righteous in a way. I mean, we can have righteous anger. That's okay. But what do we do with it? You know, it's what we do that may or may not be the right thing. It's okay to be upset or angry or fearful, but what are we now going to do with that? Are we going to sit in that fear, build the fear further, you know, get angrier, start a tit-for-tat battle, you know, like the pendulum swinging back and you're throwing it at each other, which only makes it swing more, by the way? Or are we going to sit back? And I really think in 2023, it's just a really good thing not to react, but to pause and then respond. You know, like, what do we really want to do with this energy? So, for example, if someone sent me some bad juju, I just go, thanks for that. Look at that energy coming my way. You've put so much thought into that. I mean, obviously it's angry thought. Sorry for peeing you off that much, but clearly I've done something to annoy you, or maybe you're just constipated. I'm not sure, but thanks, right? Put a lot of energy into that. So here it comes, all right, feeling that. And then I'm going to transform that energy, you know, turning it into like a ball. I'm just going to mold it round, yeah? And I'm going to take it from a negative energy to saying to the energy, thank you for coming. I know you were sent by Bob, Adam, I don't know, Georgina, whatever. Sorry if any of you called that and watching me and have no ill will, but anyway. So here's this energy, right? I'm going, look at you. All right, well, I'm going to change your intent. I'm going to change your intent from what they sent it in and circulate it around and change the intent. Say, thank you for sending that energy, Bob, Georgina, Adam, whoever, I don't know, Rumpelstiltskin. Thank you for sending that, putting all that thought into me. I'm now transforming this energy into love. Lashings and lashings, perhaps. Love comes in many forms, doesn't it? So, you know, so I'm going to turn that into love. I'm going to just, you know, it's a bit like, you imagine, you know, an air conditioner, right? It's like sucks in all the hot air and go, and then it brings out the cold air, and then round the back it sends that hot air out. You know, it's a bit like people who are upset for the wrong reasons of maybe having hot air themselves. So, you know, you're sending that out and you're changing it, you're transforming it. So now we've got the cool air happening, which is ideal. If it's summer, if it's winter, we might want to change that to the heater that draws in the cold, turns it into warmth. But so you can transform this energy. You don't have to sit with that energy remaining as it is. You can even set up a lodestone. And that's where you go and ask a stone. I know it sounds completely bonkers, but then, you know, a lot of spiritual stuff is kind of intangible, isn't it? But let's just play along with this, right? So you get a lodestone, you make sure this is the right one for you, and you just put it on top of 2 twigs or 2 pens so that the air can circulate all around it, underneath and through. And you turn that into your air conditioner, only your energy conditioner. So the crap energy comes that's sent to you is then directed to the lodestone instead of you. That energy that's being sent to you goes wearing around in there, maybe compresses as it's clearing, you know, until you, you know, completely forgotten this, feeling nice and peaceful. Then all of a sudden one day you're going, oh yeah, that's right, the lodestone. Oh, seems a bit full. All right, well, I might send that purified or clarified energy. I might send that out as loving, healing energy, you know, to people in Turkey, for example, who've had a horrific, you know, earthquake and all this sort of thing in Turkey and Syria. You know, we might send healing to that. We might also send a donation because prayers alone, you know, it's not enough, is it? So, we might do some physical activism for causes that are important. We might use some of that energy to help us to do that physical activism or that physical real world grounded help, but we're getting the energy to help sustain us to do that. If we use energy that's being sent to us for the good of other people, then we're using that overflow. We're not so much using our own energy. So it kind of insulates us against burning out in a way. So, people wishing the worst for you can often contribute to the best of you, if you think about it. There's many ways to counteract psychic attack or negative energy or people being awful. The most important thing is to not take it too seriously. I mean, yes, take your safety very seriously, but maybe laugh more. Maybe just go, yeah, look, I probably was an idiot and I probably upset them, and here's how I reckon that happened. Oops, here's my part in it. Maybe I'll change that part. And maybe, just maybe, they might change what's happening for them. They don't have to, because, you can't necessarily change other people. We can change what we're doing. We can change our energy. That changes our dynamic. And then that can, in turn, change how people are responding to us. So we can go from feeling cursed to feeling pretty groovy. Hope that's helped you, giving you some ideas. I'm going to be back next week. And next week I'm going to be at Epping Psychic and Wellbeing Fair, 10 till 4 on Sunday, the 19th. In the meantime, see you next time. Lots of love to all of you. Have a great morning, afternoon or evening, no matter where you are in the world. More coming up after me on this channel. See you for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk with Tammy Petricelli. Tammy Petricelli. Live from TammyPetricelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, happy Valentine's Day. And it doesn't matter to me whether you have a Valentine, a Galentine, a Singletine. Any reason to celebrate is good, right? So I wanted to read something to you because evidently in 2017, Valentine's Day was also on a Tuesday that year. And this is my book, A Midlife Awakening and a Year of Messages from the Ascended Masters. So when I read to you, it's usually from the back, which is a year of Tuesdays, messages from Ascended Masters. So I thought, what did they say to me in 2017? Yes, what did they say to me in 2017? So I'm going to read that to you before we take our first caller. This is, since the messages have really been about love, I thought Valentine's Day would, of course, bring about more messages of love. Well, it was a different message of love today. And Jesus was there. The mothers are there, and they thank you for, again, gathering and listening. They remind you that your spirituality is important, that you must have your inner connection to the source, the one true God. It is your connection that matters. Do not allow anyone to tell you how you are connected to spirit, to God. It is your connection. Man cannot control another man's spirit, another man's spirituality. You are asked to find your path, to grow your path like a garden of flowers, and know that your connection is special. Everyone here is special. You are special in God's eyes. You forget that. And although it seems your days are long, the human existence is short, but it is important to connect through love with other humans because our spirit and souls all connect. Do not forget to love. Do not forget that you are love. The proof is in your existence. Your existence proves that you are loved, that you were given the chance to bring your star down to shine. Do not be afraid to raise your voice in happiness, in song, and in joy. You are here to enjoy this earth until it is your time to return. And now we invite our angels in. He says, I will take your burdens before you even ask, and I will ask you to trust in me by sharing your burdens, by sharing your needs. Trust in me, I will listen and you will hear. You will hear what I need to say, and you will get an answer. So I hope that resonates with some of you, because I know that doing this work, we get a lot of comments that aren't always positive when we do this work. But I feel very positive with it, and I feel it is heaven sent. And I want you to know that you too are heaven sent. So thank you for indulging me while I read a little bit to you of, 17, 18, 19, 5 years ago already. 5 years ago. Okay. So are we ready with a caller? I don't see the little notes to me. So let me expand upon what was said. Okay. That too many of us, we put ourselves down. We need to change how we talk about ourselves, how we feel about ourselves, because like the message was, you are loved by your very existence on this earth. Your very existence proves that the stars aligned and they allowed you to come down and be who you are. So give yourself that love. If you don't love yourself, how do you expect others to love you? Okay. All right. So I think we are ready with a caller. Dave, who do we have? I'm not sure. Ah, okie dokie. All righty. So again, a reminder that you are loved. You may not have a special Valentine today. That's okay. Be your own Valentine, and be who you need to be. So we have Melba from Grand Ledge. Was that Michigan or Minnesota?
Yes.
Okay.
Michigan.
Michigan. Hi, Melba. How are you?
Fine, and you?
I'm wonderful, thank you. So, did you have a question for me, or would you like me to connect with someone on the other side for you today?
No, mostly about my future as a potential light worker, if you see anything.
Wonderful. I love light workers. See, that message was for you. Find your path. Find your path. So have you begun your work? Have you taken any energy or healing courses?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. What I'm feeling is that I feel like you're going to have to work kind of twice as hard, because I don't feel like you have the connections that you need to have made already. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So if you cannot find a room to rent somewhere, or someone who will sponsor you, you can do what I did, and that was move the furniture, put a Reiki table in there, and get a website and a Facebook site and some business cards, and get out there and promote yourself. I really feel like you need to promote yourself, and that you also need to continue some of your training. Okay. I feel like this. I feel like the interest of going pro is new to you, but this is something you've been looking at for a while. You understand that?
Yes, I understand.
Yes. And I'm feeling like you're getting the same message that I got 10 years ago, and that was, now's your time. Now's your time, but you've got to get serious about it. And that means, unfortunately, we light workers don't like to have to do the business part, but we have to do the business part in order to reach people. How are people to find you if you don't, advocate for yourself? So if you want to get out there and start helping people heal, you're going to have to let them know who you are, Melba. And you can make more connections when you take classes. And I feel like you don't have a lot of in-person classes near you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you may need to expand outside your circle, do some online, but when you can, time-wise, financially, I feel like you're going to need to push out and do a little traveling in order to take some in-person classes that you may need, because I feel like you need these connections to support you. Have you, what energy classes have you taken, please?
Reiki, psychic, medium.
Are you level 2 Reiki? You are level 3. Okay. Okay. And you have done some psychic, intuitive training classes.
And mediumship, yes.
Yeah. But how are you feeling with that? Have you done enough practice on people?
I'm working on it. I started about 2 years ago.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. I just feel like you're in an area where you're not able to get those connections.
Right.
I'm not either, because in Delaware, we're close to Philly, Baltimore, DC, New York, but I'm not I'm only in those circles when I'm taking classes with those people in certain areas around the world.
Right.
So I really feel like you need to promote yourself a little bit more, that it's going to be a little bit harder. But I do see a difference. I'm hearing 6. I'm hoping for you it's 6 months, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'm feeling like it's going to take another 6 years to get where you really want to be. I'm sorry. I know nobody wants to hear that. That doesn't mean you're not going to be working this spiritual path. Okay. I just feel like it's going to take a little bit longer to get where you want to be. So that's why you need to get out and promote yourself. You need to get out and make more connections. Okay.
Yes.
And that's why I'd like to see you travel a little bit for classes, maybe to the Journey Within, which is in Wayne, New Jersey, or Pompton Lakes, New Jersey. They get a lot of the great trainers from England and Canada, and you'll make connections there. I feel like you need to make connections there. I also feel like there are still other obligations at home for you, though. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's hard when you have family that depends on you, or a full-time job you have to do. But I feel like it's more family for you. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
More family obligations that are holding you back a little bit. So just find that way to make it work.
Thank you so much.
Melba, I wish you all the luck in the world. You know, maybe you'll be one of our other psychics and mediums on A1R Psychic Radio or Moonstruck.tv when you're ready. Yes, you should join us, because you do have the gift. You are blessed with gifts, and I'm happy to hear that you're honoring them. Okay. You have a wonderful Valentine's Day. I thank everyone who watched and listened to our little talk today. And I appreciate you ever so much. You're all my Valentines. So you can find me at TammyPetrocelli.com. That's 2 C's, 2 L's, and 2 M's. And Pike Creek Reiki and Healing Arts Center. And follow me on Facebook. And I will see you again right here. Same places, same station, A1R Psychic Radio, Moonstruck.tv. And on Facebook, you can see me at Fridays at noon on Facebook Friday. Thank you so much. Happy Valentine. Have a wonderful week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the mini medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the mini medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Perfect. All right, my friends, welcome to the mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the Moonstruck TV. I am happy to say that we are now into February, and gosh, it just blows me away just for the fact that we're already into February. But I don't know about y'all, but I do not feel like that January is the necessarily the fastest month. I feel like January is, like 60 days. It just feels like January goes slow. And then we get to February, and before we know it, we're at Christmas, right? So I kind of feel it's just one of those ways that we connect with time and how fast the time flies. But anyway, happy hump day, happy Wednesday. I've been so busy today. Usually on Wednesdays, I try to keep my calendar, my schedule pretty light, just because I prepare myself for my show, and then right after my podcast here, then I take some time and visit my family, and then I hop on my Facebook Live. So on Stephanie's Tarot Readings on my Facebook, I will do free readings for about 2 hours. So at 7:45 p.m. Mountain Time, I hop on and just kind of do some fun, just random, whoever I'm drawn to readings. And I'll tell you, the connections have been unbelievable. And I really, truly feel that a lot of it has to do with about 2 weeks ago, I went through, which I didn't know then, I know now, but I was going through what is called a spiritual ascension. So spiritual awakening, spiritual growth, however you want to look at it. And it was so crazy. Everything I feel happens for a reason. I'm a firm believer of that. And it was crazy. I was on social media and I saw a website, and it was so me. I was drawn to this particular website. It's called Gaia.com. And Gaia is Mother Earth. So for those who aren't familiar with Gaia, and I've always been drawn, I'm an air sign, but I've always been drawn to the water and to the earth. And I got on this website and had my little 7-day free trial. And oh boy, they sucked me in. I could not believe the different, classes, if you will, yoga, meditation, so many tools to help you connect with your spirituality. And one of those really was one of those tools or articles was what happens, what symptoms do you have when you go through spiritual ascension or spiritual awakening? Read the article. I'm sitting on my couch bawling because I had somewhat of a diagnosis of why I was feeling the way I was, why I was, even physically, I had been sick for some time. And so that validation, I feel, just opened up even more of my gifts. And now the connections with the spiritual world and with my intuition and my psyche have been just beautiful. So I am really noticing my gifts being even more in touch, in tune, on point, I guess, if you will. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful, for my guides, for the universe, for all the beautiful goddesses as I connect with. So I feel that a lot of that spiritual ascension and manifesting what's to come in my future with my gifts, just part of that is being on with A1R and how this has all worked out. And I just did a podcast. I was a guest on another podcast in Ohio, which I'll tell you in a minute where the connection is with Ohio in a minute, but I did this podcast, and the guy, Al Cooley, he has guests come on and talk about things that are very paranormal. So more to come, but I'll tell you, my beautiful blessings in my life have really started to pick up momentum, and I can't wait to see. So, but as usual, I'm going to quickly pull the affirmation for today. And the number that I've been getting this week, which has really hit me pretty hard today, very large number. So let me count these out. But I have been connected to the number 29. And so, let's see, try to count and talk at the same time. 21. So I thought, why 29? That's such a large number, but I know it'll connect. I know it'll make sense. Last week when I saw the number 17, the 17, a gal hopped on my live that I do through Facebook. I'll do the free ratings after this. And her friend had passed on January 7th. And I just randomly picked her. And so we got the 17. So there's why the 17. So sometimes the numbers won't make sense with my callers on my show, but they will with my live. All right. So enough with my chit chat. Let's read the affirmation. So this affirmation goes out to everybody. And the universe says, I choose to live with courage. I do not allow others to intimidate me. I stand my ground. I never give up. And I feel like, man, if that is not perfect, how beautiful is that with just a lot of what people will go through, allowing others to control their lives, and emotions. So choose courage. Don't let others intimidate you. Stand your ground. Never give up. All right. Hey, well, here is what I love. So my next caller is Jada from Toledo, Ohio. Hi, Jada. This is the mini medium. How are you?
Hi, good.
Good, good. I was just explaining to all of my listeners that I just did a podcast with a gentleman from Ohio. And I thought, okay, how ironic now I have you being from Ohio. So everything happens for a reason, all the
and yes,
beautiful.
How you connected with the number 17?
Yes.
And my birthday is November 17th.
Oh my gosh. I love it. Well, perfect. So we even more beautiful connections with that number, right? I'll ask too. The other number I got was 29, which is the 29th of the month, the age of 29, February 9th, which is tomorrow. Do you connect with that number in any way?
No, I can't think of. Not that I can think of right now.
Okay. No, that's okay. I just, again, someone connects with it tonight, I'm sure. So, well, I'm excited to meet you and do a reading for you. Is there anything specific that you're kind of wanting answers for tonight?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. So just kind of general, whatever I'm drawn to?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay. All right. I'm just, what I do is just really kind of listen to my guides, listen to what I'm getting. But I think I'm going to do this. I'm going to grab, I have this new beautiful tarot deck, and once in a while I will use my tarot. I really pretty much just connect with my gifts and really just listen to them. So okay, so I'm really going relationship right now. So relationship based. And this really is, I'm seeing connected to a significant other. So I don't see gender. I always tell people it's love is love. I don't care if it's man, woman, or whatnot. I will refer to them as significant other. And I really feel how I connect with this with you is energy. And I feel this sense. Do I still got you? Did we lose you? Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. See, all the energy will kind of will mess with our electronics. But so relationship wise, I feel energy, and the energy I feel between. Okay, the energy I feel right now, Jada, between you and a significant other, if I was to, if I don't visually, if you can see, but it's distance. I feel a distance between you two. So for me, that is showing me that either one, you're not in a relationship, or if you are, there's some distance between the two of you. Do you understand that? Does that make sense?
Yes, I'm not in a relationship, but I just have a person that I do talk to.
Yeah. Okay. No, perfect. So really just validating that, we have a good connection right now, because I just didn't feel a significant other. So, but with that said, the relationship way I'm going, I really feel that you just, even listening to your voice, and this is what happens when in my empathic ways and my intuition kicks in. You just have such a beautiful energy. I feel like you exude, that a confidence. But the confidence, I feel the confidence comes across to others as being intimidating. Do you intimidate men or women?
You said, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
You're okay. No, I say your confidence, I feel, may intimidate others. Do you feel that way?
Yes, I do, actually. Yes, very much. So.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I feel, with that, and I don't want you to change yourself. That is, you are you, and you have such a beautiful energy. And unfortunately, that intimidation, I feel, is a big part of why there hasn't been like a real soul connection, And, but this person that you've been talking to, have you known them for quite some time?
Have I been talking to them quite some time?
Yes, yes.
I started talking to them in November, so like the end of November.
Okay. Well, I guess that wouldn't really qualify for how I'm seeing. So that helps me a little bit with, I want you to watch for, I really feel a past connection, not necessarily a past love or a relationship, but I feel someone from your past coming into your life. And I know this is going to sound crazy, but I keep seeing 7 weeks, or I keep seeing 7. So whether that's 7 weeks or the month of July, this person's coming back into your life, and it's out of the blue per se. You've known each other for a while, but you just reconnect, and it just, it feels good.
Okay.
The relationship that you're in now, the one you said in November, can I ask, did you meet online or a dating app?
No.
Okay. Good girl. I mean that in a very respectful way, but good, good. Well, I just had this sick feeling of someone you may have met through that way, but the connection between the two of you, I feel this is really in the end is just a friendship. And I know that's so hard to say that sometimes, but I don't
The
know
one
if
that
I
I'm
feel like
talking to now.
yes, yes,
Okay.
yes. Have you boy, I'll tell you, my friend, you guys have met, went out on a date, or no?
Not yet, not necessarily.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was saying. So I just want you to put up your protective kind of barrier, if you will, or your protective
And
wall.
And I
Yeah.
have been doing that. Yes.
Good, 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 good. I love it. Well, then I'm telling you, really that needs to stay there because I don't feel that everything about this person has been brought to the table yet. And
it definitely hasn't. That's crazy that you said that because it definitely hasn't, and that's why I've been having a protective wall up because I feel like you haven't been bringing everything to the table, and I deserve more. So
absolutely, and validating, like I said just a bit ago, that you are so beautiful inside and out. You have a good head on your shoulders. You exude this confidence. And what happens with this, it's unfortunate, but you either attract the ones that are intimidated and they'll run, or sometimes you attract the ones who are drawn to you because you are safe, you are stability, your security, you know. And that's kind of where I'm like, oh, put your guard up, you know. Yeah. But you know, I feel really and I know I just I have another caller too, but these are quick and kind of just high level. But I want you to just keep that guard up. You know, still have that friendship, but watch for that new relationship. Like I was saying here, I really feel more like July than anything.
Okay.
So keep that option open. But just keep being you, my friend. You have such an amazing energy. I love it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You are so welcome. Well, I appreciate you being on my show, and you have a beautiful night and take care, okay?
Okay, thank you. You also.
Okay, thanks, hon. Bye-bye. Okay, all right. We got some time for another caller. This is Amy from Oklahoma. Hi, Amy.
Hi, Stephanie.
How are you?
I'm great. I'm so excited.
Yes, I'm excited. I love listening to the accents of people in Oklahoma. So I'll just talk.
I'm told that a lot from people on the East Coast.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, or I do readings for all over the world, and the UK is one of my favorite. Australia, just
Definitely.
listening, you know. Well, tell me, I know we have short time with these readings, but what can I help you with tonight?
Well, I had a couple of things actually. The first thing that's really at the forefront of what's going on with me currently is I lost my best friend tragically a year ago in January. And I actually lost 4 loved ones in 2022. My best friend was the one that traumatized me the most, and I've been having a really hard time with it. We just had her 1-year anniversary of her passing, and I'm still trying to learn how to live without her. And I'm still trying, to trust my intuition that she's still around me, even though she's not in the physical realm. And I look for signs of her all the time. I still talk to her. I call out to her. I just miss her so much. And
I'm so
it was
sorry.
a, very, very, tragic event. And I've lost loved ones in my life that I was close to, but this one was very unexpected and very sudden.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry for your losses. And I do understand how much that we want them here, and, one of the sayings that I love is that dying is easy, living is hard, and
Absolutely.
and we that are here in the physical realm, we kind of, if you think about it, we selfishly, and I mean this in a gentle, loving way, but we selfishly want them with us, because we miss them terribly. One good thing I love about you, and as I'm listening, is you're so spiritual. You're so open to the signs and the symbols that, they're giving you. So make sure make sure you keep that going, because that's going to give you all the comfort, at the time that you need. Let me ask you, do you connect with any of these loved ones? Does the 29 number connect with them? So February 9th, the 29th of the month, with any of these loved ones?
February 29th. Gosh, I'm trying to dig really deep.
Okay.
No, I can't recall off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, don't be sorry. It's okay. Sometimes it will just click later, but this number could be connected. After my podcast, I do free readings on my Facebook page on Stephanie's Tarot Readings. I feel like we may be getting a whole lot. If you have time tonight, before we finish your reading now, hop on my Stephanie's Tarot Reading page. At 7:45 Mountain Time, I do free readings. I have a feeling I've got so much energy in my room right now. I've got things just going kind of crazy, but the 29 was a number I was getting, and a lot of time that number will connect with a loved one. But I also just now the number 18. I get numbers a lot, by the way. So 8 being the 18th of the month, 2018, January 8th, when I see the 1 and 8. So keep that in mind as well. Your friend that you mentioned had passed very tragically, that you just had the 1 year. If this is a she, correct? This is a female, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I really feel if this is her, this could be someone at the moment else, but I keep getting a very quick impact, as if something hits me really hard, and that causes my passing. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay.
I totally resonate with that.
Perfect. I just heard the name at 2-syllable, like SHS, like Sheila, Sherry, Cheryl. Do you connect with that name?
Sheila, Cheryl, Sherry.
Yeah.
Gosh.
The 2-syllable
No,
S.
on top of my head.
Okay.
2-syllable
All right.
S.
Just keep it in mind.
Okay.
Yeah. No worries. I'll hear names, but with my mediumship, they'll come through kind of cryptic. So I'll hear bits and pieces. I just heard tell her to let this go. You're holding on to some guilt. You're holding on to some, wishing that you could have done something, or you weren't able to be there for her.
Absolutely. You hit it on the head. That's exactly what I've been dealing with for the past 12 and a half months. Absolutely.
Yeah. I know we have a couple minutes left, but that's why I said I've got so much for you. You may want to hop on that live in a couple hour, but oh boy, she's fun. Her energy is so fun.
Yeah.
She's a firecracker. Oh my
Yeah, that's
God.
definitely her. That's definitely her. Oh my gosh. Yes.
Oh, I have chills. Well, I have chills. We have her here. And I just heard Alex or Alexis. Do you connect with that? That was really
I do,
very okay, perfect. She says that there's more involved with her accident, with her passing, but they haven't been held accountable. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do. I do absolutely. I know exactly what she's referring to, and oh my gosh, I wish I could do something about it and make this right and fix it for her.
I know, hon. I know. Oh boy, I know.
I've been trying really hard to let go of the lack of power I have to make things right, and for me not being able to be there because she was not close to me in the physical sense whenever it happened. And I've often, felt so, guilty for, seeing things, before it happened to save her. And that has, that's drove me down some dark paths.
Right. And that's the worry that I know she's got, that I'm feeling. And I know I've got to wrap up, my friend. I feel bad that we get such a short time, I'm being told by my producer, but hop on my live if you can, or email me at tarotwithsteph@gmail.com, and I'm happy to see if we can't continue, okay?
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I'm psychic medium John Capello, and I want to invite you to go to my website at johncapello.com and learn more about my work. My career has spanned over 30 years, and I've had the privilege to share my psychic and mediumship abilities with thousands. I hope to hear from you soon.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or Moonstruck Moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Hi, friends. Welcome to Soul to Soul. I am your host, medium Kelly Kristen. It's great to be with you here on this lovely Wednesday night. Thank you for joining me. I always look forward to this. Tonight, I have a very, very special friend, my friend Lori Sheffer, who I've asked to join me. We've become good friends. She's just somebody, one of those people that is a beautiful, bright light, one of those souls that you just know you've known them before, right? And we have a lot in common. We are both special ed teachers, same age group, 7th to 12th. But I'm gonna let her introduce herself. So hi, Lori, welcome.
Hey there.
How are you tonight?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. So yeah, I'm really excited. This is my first time I've ever done one of these radio shows. So we'll just let it flow. I am a, recently retired special ed teacher. I actually worked for a special school that was what's called an 812. So 8 students, 1 teacher, 2 TAs. And so my kids had a lot of needs, but the best part is it was in the woods. It was literally my dream school, which was a camp that had been converted to a school. And so we had all these animals and the nature. So I got to use a lot of my energetic skills, my skills around healing and like if a kid is being stressed out, I could go near the child and I literally could work their energy. And I had crystals in the room. So it was a class that was just built for me. Yeah.
Perfect. And, and that's another reason I asked you on tonight, because you are a shamanic practitioner, shamanic medium and healer. And just in case some of us don't know exactly what that involves, can you kind of give us a rundown?
Sure. A little backstory. So, gosh, it was like 2010, I was going through a really rough spot. I actually found that I didn't get tenure in the school I was in. And of course, it was horrendous. And I was in therapy and that's all great, but it wasn't working. And I needed something else. So I joined this group. It was called Anian Shamanism. And it was a 16-month thing. And so we went so basically what shamanism is in a nutshell to me is it's connecting with everything. It's like, when I was working that program, you have the directions, you have the north, the west, the east, and the south. You have the upper world and the lower world. You're working with, and that doesn't mean like good and bad. It actually means like the lower world is Pachamama, that's Mother Earth. And the upper world is where you might find the more divine energies. So it's connecting to everything. And I'll tell you, through that process, man, it ripped me apart and put me back together again. And so like, for instance, in the South, it was Sachamama, which is the serpent. And so it's the shedding of the skin. It's the releasing of the old energies, the old story, the things that, hold you in, doesn't serve you, just like a snake sheds her skin. And after you do that and you go into the West where you meet Black Jaguar, you meet Odorongo. And so now you face your shadows. And so you're doing a lot of shadow work. And then from there, you going into the north, which is Sawakente, which is hummingbird, and that is our ancestors, because we all know we all got stuff when it comes to our ancestors, good and bad, right? My grandma made the best homemade cherry wine there was. She also could drink a little bit too much of it. So, two sides of that ancestor issue. And then you move into the east, which is eagle condor. This is where you're at the point where you begin to soar, and you soar up, 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 and you begin to look at who you are from a new perspective. You gain a new perspective. And from that position, you begin to really shift your energies. So by doing these things, by working this shamanic practice, I open up, I become more authentic. I became more authentic. I also became more connected to myself, to my own soul. And I just, I'm much better at now when I have hucha, dense energy. I understand that that doesn't have to stay. I can use my breath. I can shift it. I can push it down. I can give it to Pachamama and she eats it up like it's fertilizer, that good poop. And so to me, that's how I learned shamanism.
Oh, that's so beautiful. I just love that. And I could listen to you tell your stories like all day long. And I know you do a lot of, I don't know if you would say it's channeling, but you use a lot of voice and breath work. And that's part of it as well, right? Is that more part of the healing process? Can you talk about that a little
what
bit?
it is it's sound that comes out of me. I know I'm not allowed to yodel here, so I'm not. So it's bringing in sound, and that in itself is a story because I was always told that I couldn't sing. And, shut up, you can't sing. I also couldn't keep a beat, So when I started to drum with my shamanic friends, I'd have to watch to make sure I was keeping a beat. And then what happened was I became more in rhythm with myself and my voice began to just come out of me. So I started to make these, and the sounds would just go, and some will be really deep, some will be higher, but really what I like to do when I channel sound is connect to the energy or the energies that surround me. And then through that, create a very unique song that's unique to that moment that sometimes is just channeled in from the ancestors, from lots of beautiful ones and many, many different traditions.
Yeah, I just love it. You've done it for me several times. You've done healing for me. You've done ones that are just like friendship. And if people want to find out or want to learn more about this or book a session with you, I know you have. Lori is amazing now at TikTok. That's one thing that I have to give her kudos for. But you also have a website, right? Can you give us your website address, please?
It is I am shamanicmedium.com. I am shamanicmedium.com. And I know it's a short time tonight, but I think like what I'd like to pass on tonight is, because this is what I'm getting as this hit. I think a lot of people are walking around short of breath, I'm being told. Everybody is in such a hurry, or there's just a lot of dense energy, things going on, that no one's taking the time to truly expel. And that's interesting how that came in. Expel. Let it out. Just release it, they're saying. You're holding on too tight. And it just too tight. And they're saying it's not serving you and it's not serving the people around you. So they're saying the best way to begin the release is to remember to breathe.
Yes, that is also beautiful. You might be picking up on me, right? Sometimes I feel like that all the time. One of the things I also want to talk about, though, is kind of my theme for the year is how we can make our light shine brighter, the light that's our soul, so that we can shine our light bright and what we put out there, we attract back. Do you have any advice or do you do something that makes your light shine bright?
What I do is I don't project, first of all. When something's happening, I refuse to project. Like when a kid's being really bad in the morning and your coworker says, oh, it's going to be a terrible day. And they go, whoa, it's just right now. The rest of the day is going to be this way. So projection plays a large role in that, allowing the joy in. And it's like the little things. Don't worry about those big things. Take the little tiny moments. In those little moments, right? Just the little moment. Maybe the silly little joke your nephew told you, and later in the day you're like, oh my God, he is so silly. And just hold on to those. And then those little moments lead to bigger moments, and there'd be larger expanses of being able to hold on to the joy.
Yeah, that's really good advice, because I feel like a lot of times we are rushing and it's like we're trying to get to the next thing, but we're missing the beautiful thing that's happening right now. Right. And taking all those little beautiful moments and making them, making them the big and bright thing, putting them all together and letting them shine bright, I guess you could say. We're almost out of time, believe it or not. I mean, this goes by so quickly. So I do want to say to find Lori on, you can find her on my social media as well, mediumkellykristen.com, or all my other information that are Medium Kelly Kristen. Find her on I Am Shamanic Medium. And is that your TikTok too? Because they've got to see your TikTok.
as well,
Okay. That's her TikTok too. I mean, like, she had a video go viral. I mean, she's amazing, right? And I also want to thank you so much for being on with me. And I'd love to have you back. It's such a short time. Maybe next time we can actually do like some sort of an exercise, or you can do something, a reading or something. She also does channeled writing. She's just amazing. And I'm going to ask you if you have any last words for our listeners.
Just breathe, sing, and tell good jokes.
Yep, that's amazing. And find a friend like Lori. She's that big, bright, beautiful, bright, shiny light. Everybody needs a friend like her, and I'm glad she's my friend. And gosh, guys, that's it. And we'll see you next week, I guess, right? Have a great week. Shine your light bright. Thanks for joining us tonight.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourished.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm your host, Andrea Bacon. Happy Valentine's Day. I know not everybody celebrates it, but it's a good time to focus on your heart. I pulled this card, the Angel of Love, and she's looking down at her heart and all the things that she has been through in the past. If she focuses on her heart to heal, burdens from the past, to help keep her heart open and emotions flowing and releasing stagnation. And a good way that you can do that is just spending time out in nature, taking salt baths. We are made of 70% water. So with the energy, stagnated from, if we're holding on to things from the past, like water stagnates when it's not flowing. I'm seeing it like a stream. And if it doesn't flow, it can get muddy. But if it's flowing, it's usually stays pretty clean. And with us being made of so much of water, it's really good to, stay hydrated, take baths to help release emotions that can help, that can keep your heart closed. And so it's a good day to focus on self-love, self-care, and just really, remembering to give and receive love to others as well as yourself, because you deserve that as well as anybody else. And the angels wanted to also bring up a message about feeling safe in your environment. And you and your loved ones are safe. And all is well. If you're feeling, a little worried about everything, all is well. Okay, we have a caller, Suzette, in Ontario, Canada. Hi, Suzette.
Hi.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What can I do for you today? I can't. Oh, I'm sorry. I think you cut out. Are you there?
Stay put.
Okay, I hear you. Can you go ahead?
We were just wondering, I don't know, can you hear me now? I don't know.
Yes, I can. You cut out for a second there. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering, my husband and I were deciding to move, and we were just deciding, should we move now or should we stay put on the location that we are in?
Okay. Let me see. Let's see. Some cards. So I'm feeling 6 months from now. Okay. So I'm feeling like this summer, there's going to be an opportunity to make a decision. But for now, I'm feeling like I'm getting an energy of waiting until the summer, because something's going to come up then that will open it up for you. And so it would be soon after that you would be able to move. So probably towards the fall time is what I'm feeling.
Oh, okay. Would it be in the same area that I'm currently in?
Let's see. The card I just pulled is 8 of Wands, and it says movement. So yeah, I think that it's in the area that you're in, but maybe just like a little ways out is what I'm feeling.
Okay.
Yeah. And but I'm feeling like a sense of waiting a little while until something comes up in the summer, and then the movement is gonna flow, and it'll and then you can, either move then, or something will come up at that point. And something is going to end, so I don't know if it is a different job coming in or a promotion coming in, but I'm feeling something with the current situation ending, and that is going to be taking place. I mean, and it's a good thing, like nothing to worry about, and that will be taking place in 3 or 4 months, and which will bring on make it really easy to figure out what you want to do as far as moving.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Will the promotion be for me, or would it be for my husband?
I actually feel like it was for you.
Oh, even better.
And then this card I just pulled, it's a new beginning. So it's the Fool card, which is a brand new start to something.
Oh.
Yeah, so I feel like you have a new start coming in as well. And that's going to have something to do with the decision that's going to that I was talking about, that's going to come up in a few months.
Oh, thank you. That's even so much better. I didn't even expect that.
And I feel like this is going to bring in peace. Like, I don't know if there's some kind of stress or something, but it's going to be like a more peaceful situation for all of you, for everybody involved.
Oh.
Yeah.
Would my son be happy? Like, would my kids be happy with the move?
Let's see. Let me ask about your kids. Yes, it'll be like a balancing some things out for them as well. And I feel like it's going to bring in some like closer friendships for them as well. Some relationships that are going to be. I'm sorry, what?
That's what I was hoping for.
Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because where we are, it's kind of quiet.
Uh-huh.
And so I was hoping to bring in the friendship and the more of a community for them.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I was picking up on. And it feels lighter, and some more opportunities available. And it has a lighter feeling to it. Like, has something to like a more grounded, stable feel to it as well.
Oh. I'm liking this news. Thank you.
Absolutely. Do you want to ask them?
Yeah. So I was just wondering and curious, would my son still stay at the current school that he's at, or would he have to change school location?
Let's see. Because I would think that it would be a different one. Something that's going to bring in a lot of emotional fulfillment. And I would think it would be a different one. It's kind of what I was feeling with the move. It would be a little further, like out to where, it wouldn't be in the same school district.
And would he be happier at this new school? Do you get that feeling?
Yes, I just, and this card just came out as well. It's success, and it's the Chariot card, which definitely talks about movement and moving. So, yes, absolutely. It's a new beginning.
Oh, perfect. And the same would it happen with my daughter, because currently she hates school.
Oh yeah, let me see that.
Would you like the school there?
Yes, there's definitely hope for that to improve. She's going to have, a few changes, and that's going to bring in some happiness for her as well. So.
Oh, that's even better. I'm loving the news. Thank you.
Yeah, it feels really good all around. So.
Oh, if you're still there, do you have any messages from my spirit guides or anything like that? I don't know if you connect to that.
Let's see. About you having empowerment for yourself and what it is that you're doing, and focusing on your well-being is while you're taking care of everybody is really important. They just want you to remember to take care of yourself, and it's going to help you feel more, empowered and stronger, and it'll give you even more confidence, and that is actually going to do it right now for my show today. So I'm going to have to leave it there. But you can always contact me at andrea.bacon444@gmail.com or Mind Body Nourish on Etsy.
Okay.
And Andrea Bacon, it's Medium Andrea Bacon on Instagram, and Andrea Bacon page on Facebook.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much for calling in. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Well, that is going to do it for me today. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful week ahead. And just remember that you listen to your body and focus on your healing heart and stuff from the past so that you can move forward in a way that brings you joy. Thank you guys. Bye. See you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV. Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to A1R. I'm Anna Olson, your host for the segment today with Insights into Consciousness. And today I'm going to do one reading on the air. But first, I wanted to talk to you about Mercury in retrograde. So I'm also having to remind myself about this. And this is also why I wanted to focus on the topic, because whenever you teach something or you talk about it, you tend to learn more and more about it. And the more I talk about it, trying to give other people basically like an idea of what Spirit wants them to know, the more I will get those messages from Spirit. So first of all, when I say Spirit, I have to explain what that means, because this practice is not religious. It is actually an ability, and that includes all religions and all walks of life. So because there is not only one type of human with one religion, we do readings, or at least I do readings, on all religions and all cultures and all walks of life. I am not going to only be partial to a Christian, or I'm not just going to be partial to a Buddhist. I will do readings on every religious background and every culture, because I'm not racist. I'm not biased in any way. I pride myself in that. And I love that I have really worked with a lot of cultures and different races and religions, and have learned a huge amount from the people that I've worked with and from their spirit guides. So when I do a session, I'm basically talking to their spirit guides and to them subconsciously or their higher self. So it's really just about me learning from interpreting the messages from Spirit on the other side. When I talk about Spirit, it could be the Holy Ghost, what could be called the Holy Ghost, the Spirit, Chi, that it's also called Chi. It's also called, just your ancestors, your spirit guides, loved ones who have passed, and other people that you may have associations with who are even now living. So I still get messages from people who are currently still alive on the planet. And the way that that happens is through remote viewing. And we know that this is a thing they've used in the military for a very long time. And as a matter of fact, the Oracle of Delphi from way back in the ancient times, the Babylonians, this has been a practice for a very long time. And this is something that is an ability. It's something that helps other people. It's so much. So I just really want to talk about Mercury in retrograde and how that really ties into what I'm talking about Spirit. So first of all, right now I'm just going to ask Spirit, which would be guides and angels that want the current viewers, whoever's going to come across this video, to tell me exactly what they want me to say. I have not rehearsed this or thought about it. Just by the seat of my pants, just on the fly. So, I'm going to start the reading now, basically, and anybody who watches gets this download. So I'm hearing basically that Mercury in retrograde is a bringing out the darkness. When we're having a Mercury in retrograde, people do tend to make it an excuse, but on the other hand, it is a time where communication can get confused or confusing. Even electronics can work in a weird way or not work at all. We have things that happen with the house pipes, the plumbing, the washer, the dryer, things like that. Because quantum physics, it's not anything other than science. But I don't want to go too far on my stuff, because I'm very scientifically based and I'm very factually based. So to kind of adhere to what Spirit's telling me everyone needs, and not just the way I'm thinking, is that Mercury in retrograde shows us the dark side. It shows us all the stuff we were stuffing. It shows us and brings up this time of the moon cycle, basically, or not just the moon, but the planet cycle. is similar to the moon cycle of the dark moon, or it's kind of like the new moon. So basically, it's turning off the light to leave you on your own for a while and let you suffer. And I know that sounds kind of dramatic, but the truth is that we all need to deal with our stuff that we need to process, because we get into survival mode. And what happens is we stuff all the things we're dealing with and all the spiritual growth we need to do. We go about our day and we just hide it. We stuff it in the background. We ignore it. And it has to come to light eventually. It has to come to fruition, because what the other option is that it grows into this thing that's in the dark and becomes kind of like a monster in your life, and you're on autopilot. This is also your subconscious mind, our subconscious mind, mine too now. And it's really important to let yourself during Mercury in retrograde have some rest, relaxation. Stay calm when you talk about things, because there's a lot of miscommunication that can go on right now between people in relationships, meaning any type of relationship. Even people with their pets can have miscommunications. And it's important during Mercury in retrograde, which is actually over this week, by the way. I believe it's on Wednesday. I'm actually going to check my calendar. Yes. So tomorrow, January 18th, the Mercury in retrograde ends and we'll go direct. But then after that, we have up to 2 weeks where it will take some time to get back to normal. No contracts, no travel plans during that time. You can check, you can Google, see when the next one is, put it on your calendar. Know that may be a really difficult time emotionally, even hormonally, also relationship-wise, communication-wise, plan-wise, contract-wise, appliances, anything electrical-wise, the house, the plumbing. A lot of it is connected to the weather as well. Don't think this doesn't include our ecosystem. This is very closely tied to the ecosystem. So remember that it's not just you, it's all of us together. And remember, this is the time that if you need something or you need help, to go ahead and reach out to other people and to ask for support. People who can lend you their support need to be helpful and useful during this time as well, because this is a great time for people to exercise how they can serve others with the suffering they've gone through and with their personal pain. So this is very, very important. I'm so excited to do my reading today. I can feel it's going to have a lot of positive energy already. So the other thing is that the veil is a little thinner during Mercury in retrograde, and I'm feeling that too. So it's a little bit of a thinner separation from your conscious mind and your subconscious mind, your higher self and your shadow self. Everybody has a higher self. Everybody has a shadow self. So, try not to think that it's a mental illness. It can affect you if you do have some sort of a diagnosis with mental health. Spirit wants me to tell the audience that mental health mostly has to do with, diet, self-care, drug use, alcohol abuse, and trauma. So those are a few things you can, rewind this and get those 5 things. Figure out how to resolve those issues in your life if you want to have the best mental health possible, and then increase the diet substantially. All the things, you can go to Dr. Amen's clinic online, Dr. Amen Clinics. He is the leading psychiatrist who does brain scans and knows all the dietary stuff for brain health. He even has supplements. I personally really like him. That would be my source. You can look up what he has and get it on Amazon too, if it's not what you want or it's too pricey. But his products tend to be really good. So I'm just throwing that out there. And if you sign up for text, you get coupons. So that might help too. But as always, remember that you can contact me and get a reading from me. I'd love to do one for you. It's Anna Olson, intuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen. And I can also be reached at Anna Olson Intuitive on Facebook. That Facebook messaging system is a little weird. It can be very difficult to get to on the business pages. But if you really want to get a hold of me, you can reach me on Instagram at the @ and then it's Tiny Medium Queendom. So just Tiny Medium Queendom, and I'll pop up. You can message me there. And then also there's a link on my link tree from my Instagram page and my Facebook pages to TikTok, which is really like my main platform right now. It's the newest one. It's the most popular and upcoming app at the moment. I know that'll probably have its day and go away, but as of now, I've been getting hundreds of thousands of views and thousands of, tens of thousands of likes. And like, it's really blown up. And I guess people really care about the content that I share there. And it's really helped some people. So you can also go there, find my link tree on there and contact me through there. And I just want you to know that you can get a lot of free content there too. And I keep posting, people just want more and more. So I'd really try to keep up with posting there. So contact me for a reading anytime. I can also do life coaching. I don't have to read you at all if you don't want me to. I can also offer my training in life coaching through an amazing program that I've gone through and graduated from. So there's that. And, I do have a lot of experience with people with special needs, and I also have a lot of experience with children, families. I've also staffed torch trainings in Los Angeles through a program to enable teens to do better in their lives. So I'm going to do a reading now. I have Diane from England on the line, and I'd like to switch over to her now. Diane, are you there?
I am.
How are you today?
Not too bad.
Good to hear. I'm excited to do your reading today.
Yeah.
And I'd like to know if you have a specific question or if there's a topic you'd like for me to focus on today.
Well, I lost somebody very close back at the end of May last year, and I can't stop grieving for them.
Okay, so you lost somebody last year?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to clarify that this person has passed.
Sorry?
It's a little hard to hear on the line, so I just want to clarify that this person has passed.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're in some pretty deep grief right now?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that you're going through that. I am going to ask your spirit guides what would be the best course for you now and how we can best guide you in the amount of time we have today to get you to the right place. So it seems to me like this individual had some pretty had a pretty rough upbringing or life in general.
Yeah.
I feel, was there military influence of some sort?
No.
Because I feel like warrior, or this guy is somebody who really had to fight his way through a lot of his life.
No.
No. Okay. Well, I think that's what the military thing is kind of representing right now. That when somebody has a rough past, that sometimes they have to become a warrior. And so that's just basically what I was getting with that. A lot of like turmoil and things like that. And I'm wondering, did you have any specific questions about this person?
No, not really. I just feel a bit guilty because I've kept an eye on the person for 3 weeks, and he died in hospital because he was taken in, and I feel guilty that I never got a doctor sooner.
Oh, okay. Well, that's always, I think, very common when people lose someone, but because it's common not to visit shortly before they pass for people. And it's also common to have guilt surrounding their loss. But the main thing that I feel like Spirit wants you to know right now is that you are extremely capable. The reason why you're feeling this so strongly, according to your spirit guides, is because you are it's kind of like you go through processes like this very quickly. You want to you get things done very quickly in this sense. So they're saying you're taking it all on at once. And some people take many, many years to grieve, and some people can get it done a little sooner because they're just a little more prone to healing and getting through it. So I'm wondering, Do you have like a background where that helps you to process this better, or do you usually kind of just put your emotions out there, or?
I lost both my parents, and it took me a long time to get over my dad. And my mum went about 14 years ago, but my dad went 43 years ago. And I still think of my dad, but in a different way now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've got all their pictures all around, and I talk to them.
Yeah, I think that's great that you talk to them because they can hear you. You know, our loved ones can always hear us when we talk to them. But I mean, I also think that you've had some practice on losing people, and I think this is just like you, your body and your spirit and everything just kind of being like, okay, let's just get this over with and do the grieving process. But the good thing is that it'll be over quicker that way. So I think it's important for you to just practice a lot of self-care and to be very patient with yourself right now. I feel that you are a very like generally good, generous person. And it's out of your, it's out of your comfort zone to feel like this. And that's why I think you're seeking some guidance right now, because this is very uncomfortable. You're not somebody who feels sorry for themselves. You're not, used to any of this for a long period of time. And the main message from him that I'm getting is that you did everything just the way that you needed to do it, and it's okay. He's saying it's okay, he's fine, and he isn't upset. This is mainly just about your feelings about the topic. You wanted to see him beforehand, and he wants you to know that you can still have contact with him. Like right now you're having contact with him again. You got through the phone line. I feel like that was a blessing that you really had, that pathway carved out for you. And he's showing me walks in the trees or in nature. Does that make sense to you? Do you walk outside or do you go on walks?
Yeah, we lived near the hills, and we were always all going up to the hills. A bit old now, but it was like a second home when we were children growing up.
Oh, that's so sweet. So he's saying he'll talk to you when you go back out to the hills and you do your walks, you walk around. He will give you signs and messages in nature. So you can look for birds, particularly gray and blue birds, that will be following you or really singing to you and looking at you and kind of following you around. And they're very happy and they're reminding you that you'll get through this and that you will come out on the other side and be happy again. And the loneliness that you're feeling throughout this process is going to be temporary. And the other thing that he wants you to look for are yellow flowers and to see how that is. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
How so?
Oh, he loved growing flowers.
Okay. Because I feel like that you'll see them at just the right time. And that is just him letting you know that you're not alone. He's still with you. He's still around you. And he's going to do this in a way that is very fun and playful so that you can feel joy again. And he's going to help you get through that, which is really wonderful. But I think it may take a little time for you to notice these signs, which is normal. But after a while, when you start healing and getting a little more of aware of your surroundings with the spiritual signs, you'll begin seeing the birds, the yellow flowers. There's something about the trees, and I'm feeling like there's an angel in the trees. Like he's showing me like there's a little girl even that's kind of an angel in the trees when you're out walking.
Right. Is he with my mum and dad now?
Your mom and dad? Yes, absolutely. They're all together and they're all kind of in on this together. So you'll get signs from all of them periodically. And each one will come in at just the right time. I feel like your mother wants to make more contact because I feel like she wants to work on being closer to you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does in a way.
So she is showing me that when she's looking at her life path, when she passed, she was shown everything that happened in her life. And when she saw her relationship with you, she had some issues with how she conducted herself as a parent, and she wished she could have done it better. But what she's telling me is that she did not have the wherewithal or the awareness to be more involved or be closer or more attached or whatnot. She's saying that her growth was stunted from trauma or from um, some difficult things in childhood, which isn't uncommon.
Yeah, I know she had a strict upbringing.
Yeah, and there was specifically somebody at a school, a male at a school, that was very harmful to her. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
No, I'm not aware of that. No.
Did she go to private school or be around maybe?
No, she didn't go to a private school. No, we've been workers all our lives.
Yeah, oh, that's okay. No, I'm trying to figure out who this man is that I'm seeing. It looks like a school environment or a church environment. Did she go to church?
Yeah, we were going to church with Methodists, and Mum and I went on the Sunday, and my husband.
Okay, because I feel like she's really showing me even the Catholic signs and all of that too. I think there's something in her upbringing where she's just explaining to you that she would have liked to have been closer, and she would have liked to be more aware, engaged, involved mother to you. So she's going to do what she can now, but she's also saying, we're over here in the spirit world. You're where you are, and you living to the end of your lifespan as long as you can will still be just a drop in the sea compared to eternity. So she's saying we have eternity to work on this, and it won't be long before you're with them again. And they're very excited to have you there. Of course, live out your entire lifespan, but it's just, she's saying that this is all going to come to light, and the amount of joy that you're going to feel when you guys are all reunited is going to be well worth what you're experiencing now.
All right. Well, you can talk to the spirit, and you give my mum, dad, and my brother a lot of love.
Absolutely, I will. And let me know if you'd like to speak to me again. You can reach me on my website, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen, and it's on this post too, and on this video. Okay, so thank you so much for calling in, Diane.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So that was just like a quick example. I loved connecting with her family. And sometimes when we start a reading, and we have a little bit of a communication barrier there, but I know that when I first started the reading, there was definitely the feeling of like somebody in the military. And then I see militant from experiences in life, difficult experiences. So sometimes spirit is just so symbolic. You'll see somebody in the military, and that doesn't actually mean they were in the army or something. That just means that they had to become a soldier of a war within their own battle. And that's very common with warrior spirits or with people who have had significant disadvantages or just struggles early on in life, especially. But a thing to remember is that our childhoods are sometimes hard because we need that training later in life. And there's no way we can do what we were contracted to do later in life without those issues or those things. Of course, we don't try to put our kids into the way of harm. That's not the point. The point is that whatever happens to us along the way, according to other people's choices, can always be made good, and it can always be made into a skill set that gives us a miraculous, basically an opening of a cocoon. Like you're kind of like in this enclosed space, it's uncomfortable, and you come out with your wings. Before then, you don't have wings. And really freedom usually comes from experiencing the free agency and free choice of others and how they affect us, and then figuring out what to do with that. figuring out what to do with the free agency of other people. Everyone is teaching us all the time. And of course, defend yourself and defend your children. I'm not saying like, we need to go through pain to be okay. I'm saying that we need to come to a place of an intense amount of self-preservation and defense, and learning and growing through our experiences. No matter what someone else does, we are making the right decisions for ourselves and our families, regardless of what someone else does, with what we have, what we know, and where we are. And when Spirit shows me this beautiful family, and I really feel like she just had a great connection to these parents, and getting that little slice of heaven touching my heart, is amazing. I am always feeling so positive, no matter what, whenever I feel the energy from these families and the love between parents and children, and it's just timeless, it's eternal. And if the parents aren't good, they can try to make up for it in many ways. And they can also just pick other people to be, you can pick other people to be around in the spirit world. If your parents were awful, or your family was awful, or you were adopted or whatever, there are many choices in the afterlife. There are many, many options with our spirit guides and angels. So I want to clarify that. I also want to talk about, speaking of family, I had this long break from my show and from work, for the holidays, my holiday break and my vacation. And my husband took me out to this wonderful staycation, and I'm actually wearing a shirt that he got me for Christmas. And then I got this from my son. This is my beautiful heart angel necklace. On the other side, beautiful blue. And you can kind of look into it, gaze into it, and there's a lot of like designs and sparkles in here. It's absolutely gorgeous. And then I'm actually, it's so funny because I do a radio show and I can do this. I'm wearing my mama bear slippers from my other son. And I'm feeling pretty spoiled and surrounded by the love of my family. And that's what I'm kind of like putting out there through my show today, is that I've got a little piece of everybody I love here in my space to kind of launch me into the new year, to like help me to know, like, I just feel like I'm surrounded by so much love and the people who are near and dear to my heart. And it doesn't even matter if your communication's off from Mercury in retrograde that we're going through right now. It doesn't matter if you're in grief. It doesn't matter if you're dealing with all the issues people are dealing with. You can still be connected to spirit. And that's actually the time to be connected to spirit the most, because that's the time when we need help. We need somebody to hold us up. We need a crutch. We need angels to hold us up and to help us like keep up with everything we have to do despite the stress or the process. And then when you come out of the other side of this process, it's just bigger, brighter, beautiful, and the sun is shining again, right? It's like getting through that rain cloud in the airplane or through the path on the ground, getting through the rain. So always contact me if you need me. I would love to do a reading for you. AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. On Facebook, I'm Anna Olson Intuitive. And then on Instagram, it's at Tiny Medium Queendom. And then you can also get this podcast on Spotify under A1R Radio, under Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. It's also on YouTube, Facebook. Get a hold of me. I'd love to talk to you. I hope that you have a wonderful day, and thank you so much for being a witness to my work today. I hope to speak with you soon and see you next time.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side Radio TV podcast here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. Yes, we are the Earth's #1 psychic radio network, but it's not true that we were broadcasting from the Chinese balloon to get to our friends in the universe. They've got their own vehicles flying around out there. So just kidding. I want to wish everyone a happy Valentine's Day and remind you of our sponsor, Miracles of Joy. Remember, you just go to miraclesofjoy.org and use promo code PS-223 and get a 25% discount on your order. Now, this week, I'm going to be talking about one of my favorite subjects, and that is clairsentience. I know it's a little weird, but that's the way I am. So this psychic sense, though, is like any other psychic sense. It has its nuances. And that's the thing that a lot of people don't talk about when they talk about the psychic abilities, the nuances. And so I want to get right to it because I have identified at least 12 nuances of clairsentience that I believe are worth talking about. Now, for me, clairsentience is not just the psychic ability of using your personal space. It is, but you may get some physical sensations too. So the first one that I want to talk about is twitches. Some people get twitches or itching, or they may get some other kind of physical sensation. They might get a neck ache or something else. And that may be a sign that something's getting ready to happen. And that may be a symbol that that they are going to, someone's going to come into a room or another event's going to happen. And they may learn those psychic impressions to give them a heads up as to what they're going to do. Now, we have a short show, so I got to talk fast. And so just remember that twitches are a real part of clairsentience because then they can be a door opener to a sensation that you'll recognize. Now, also, when you meet someone for the first time, this is the second one. You may immediately get a feeling. You may get, some people get chills down their spine, or they may get another kind of sensation when they meet someone with a first impression. So when you get a feeling that does not match with the physical impression of a person, then that impression, that feeling, is a psychic impression. It's a psychic feeling impression, and it's something that you need to pay attention to because it's something that could be valuable to you some other time or later on. A lot of times we don't pay attention to first impressions, and we later on say, "Oops, I should have done that," but we didn't. Now, another type is sensing a presence, because this is the mediumship part of clairsentience. So you sense that someone's in the room, or there's something different about this place, or there's something that's alive, that's in spirit, that's around you. So that's the third type of clairsentient impression or psychic feeling. Now, another time, you may feel like something has happened to someone that you know that is not in your area, like someone in another city, another state, another country. Those are your remote psychic feelings. Remember now, I told you that we had three types of feelings. We have the physical, we have the psychic, and then we have the remote. Well, the remote psychic feelings are very important, and it's something that you can't ignore when you're talking about clairsentience. Now, when you have precognitive feelings, that's the fifth type of impression. Now, that's just the feeling. That's not the physical sensation that we were talking about earlier. Because a lot of times people may feel nauseous, or they may feel like a euphoria or another type of feeling, and that may be the pre-runner to something that is going to happen in the future. And so these are things that you need to be paying attention to when you are working with your clairsentience. Another thing which I do a lot of is called psychometry. Psychometry is another physical sensation, but it involves actually touching an object. And you can, when you hold someone's ring, or you hold their a pen or their keys, or something like that that they have all the time, you can pick up impressions from them. And these can be, like I say, door openers. These door openers will open your other psychic, your other psychic senses, your clairvoyance, your clairaudience, claircognizance, and others. So psychic touch is extremely important, and it's something that I think we do. And another way that we use psychic touch or psychometry is by walking into a room and sensing energy, the energy of the room. You can sense whether there was an argument there, or there was some other issues that were there. You can also sense people's emotions by their voice print. So when we start doing readings here on the program, we'll be working with people's voice prints. So these are things that I want you to be aware of and look for later on, because when I hear someone's voice, I immediately get a feeling, and that's something that I'll go with. I have the other psychic senses as well, but psychic touch or psychometry is very, very important. Another way we use psychic feelings is by problem solving, because sometimes when we're not thinking of a problem that we're kind of subconsciously working on, we'll get a feeling, or we'll get a revelation that will increase our perception of a situation, and we might get an understanding of another person's point of view. And when we do that, we grow. And that's a good example of a psychic feeling, because it comes out of nowhere. See, these feelings fit the definition of a psychic impression because they come from beyond the physical. There's no physical stimulus. Now, even with the stimulus of a twitch or an itch, that came from someplace, and it's beyond the physical. Now, another area of psychic feelings is creativity, because sometimes you just feel like going somewhere, or you feel like doing something new, or you feel like doing a drawing, or you feel like singing, and you may create something new. So creativity and inspiration are a big part of psychic ability altogether, but it can come to you through a feeling, and it's something to remember. And that moves us to the next one. The next one is a little bit like mediumship, but it's about channeling, because sometimes people, and even me, when I'm speaking in a lecture or something, I feel like I'm on automatic. And people who play instruments and who are singers or preachers, they feel like they go on automatic, like something else is taking them over, and you get this feeling of euphoria when you're talking, and that's usually what I attribute to angels or channeling, and that's very important of psychic feelings. Now, that's not to say that you don't deserve some credit as far as muscle training and all these other things in practice and all that. But it's just that certain moment that you just feel like you're not really in control, and something else is just kind of taken over, and you have that feeling of euphoria. Those are the moments that it's the psychic feeling. There's other things around people, feeling discontent around people, feeling illnesses, feeling that people are emotionally are having troubles. And a lot of times psychic feelers are actually drained. They're drained by other people. And this is a common thing for psychic feelers. Now, if you're just a psychic feeler, that's fine. What happens is that people want to protect themselves, and they wind up a little bit, they can wind up a little bit drained and introverted. And that's a problem for psychic feelers, because they sometimes start eating too much and can gain weight, because they want to protect themselves from any negativity. They may avoid going into buses, or they may want to avoid going into planes or crowded places. Now, if you have the ability to send healing energy, then that makes you an empath. So that's a psychic feeler that's kind of on another level. Okay, so I want to make that clear to you as well. Now, the next type is about auras. We can feel people's auras, and we can feel that we are around someone who's positive and optimistic, someone with a yellow aura, or we may even have that feeling of heat from the passion of someone else. So that's not a drain. That's different than being drained by other people, because you sense what they have, what their feelings are. Now, the last type that I want to talk to you about is about psychic remembering, or feelings that you've been someplace before, a past life feeling. And that's a very important part of psychic the psychic senses, having that past life experience. So they're controversial, but it's something that's worth noting, because if you dwell on those, you may explore some things and you might learn about yourself. Now, we're getting ready to wrap up, so I want to remember that Miracles of Joy is our sponsor. The promotional code is PS223, and you'll get a 25% discount. Now, we're going to do something fancy here on the psychic side. Next week, we're going to have our first guest. Joy Koff is going to be here. And what's fancy about it is it's going to preempt our second show on clairsentience, because we're going to have the second show on clairsentience. So the following week. So that's pretty fancy, but that's what we do. So I want to thank all of you for joining me here today on Valentine's Day. I hope you have a lovely evening, or have had a lovely day with that very special someone. Please join me again here on the psychic side on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. So long. Bye-bye. See you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soulfully Guided
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
So hi everyone, and welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I am your host, Carmel Ann. Let me introduce myself if you've never watched before. So I'm a little bit rattled today, so please do excuse me. Not only has Thursday, well, Melbourne, Australia, Thursday, for anyone that's in the US or different time zone, is on a Wednesday. But I had a situation where a service that was meant to be offered to my child was not done. So I've been playing advocate for my child, and it really rattled me. And I realized something I emphasize on my readings is about, removing yourself from that people pleasing place and then going on to setting boundaries. So huge test for me today. Excuse me. Now, I feel like I'm a news presenter today. I've got my notes. So what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about drug addiction. I'm not an expert. I do have an education in it and I have personal experience. We're going to spend this show solely talking about substance abuse. However, because I've got so much to say about it, we're going to do a 3-part series. So the first one will be my introduction. We're going to, look, for anyone that is interested in looking at this further, I will not be using fancy words or technical jargon or professional wording that we get lost in. But for anyone that does want to look up what I'm talking about and its reputable sources through reputable resources or references, I will be talking about the psychology and biopsychology of addiction. I'll be talking about the brain. Theories that I refer to are physical dependence theory and positive incentive theory. I'll be talking about, what else have we got here? I'll also be talking about, when we talk about the brain, if anyone's interested, it's probably mostly about the prefrontal cortex and dopamine. So that's sort of, if you want to get into more detail, we're not about that today. Today's focus and this 3-part series is about creating awareness. So today I'll be talking about emotional-based drug use and physical addiction, also about the brain and what happens to the brain the first time we take a substance. Next week, we'll be talking about extreme sort of natural occurrences or, disasters and life-endangering moments that can trick the brain out of addiction. I do not recommend to go and try to make those things happen. But we're also going to talk about not every day. We're going to talk about more realistic ways and sort of subtler ways to trick the brain out of addiction or to, try and combat it. The third session, we will be talking, have an opportunity for anyone to ask me questions from my experience, as an addict or what I've learned along the way. The questions can remain anonymous. If you would like to ask any questions that you'd like answered on the show in 2 weeks' time, reach out to my website, soulfullyguided.com.au, and you can find me anywhere to ask me those questions. Okay, so let's get started with substance abuse. So with the figures that are rising and how difficult life is, and, I just feel, sadly enough, in our lifetime, we'll either have someone that will be addicted to a substance or we ourselves will be addicted to something or use it. I believe that, for whatever reason, whether it be emotional, whether you're trying to look for a good time or have fun with your friends, something as simple as not even addictive behavior, where you want that fun time, or whether you're using it for, to even remove pain. Sometimes people don't have the access to medicine or, medical needs, and they're not met, and it's easier to use a substance like an opiate-based drug or like a heroin to remove that physical pain a body is feeling. So you don't have to actually use a drug just to numb your emotional pain or, to face a trauma or to be able to feel like you can live and survive this hard life. Not all addiction, most addiction doesn't start off as thinking it's going to solve all your problems. And the reason why I believe that is because I look at drug use as a brain disorder, a brain issue, and I don't think it's recognized enough how what happens to the brain the first time we take a substance, and I'll be going into that. So look, I think the first time we use a substance is a really serious issue. Imagine you gave up your morning coffee, right? Just like that. So you've been having morning coffee. It starts off your day. Imagine what it feels like to not be able to have your morning coffee every day and multiply that by probably 50,000, right? That's the level of pain you're going through, and a comparison and something like an everyday thing. You know, there's substances like cigarettes and alcohol that have the same effect on our brain, but they're legal. So I don't want to come across as, you know, anti everything, but I also want to bring awareness to the table. I can't solve your addiction or your problem, and I think families can't do that either. People aren't equipped with the education or the professional skills to be able to combat addiction, but you can be there emotionally for people. I want to represent both sides of the coin. So whether you're going in for an emotional feeling or you're going in for a physical feeling using a substance for the first time, when we take a substance, so our brain, right? And I've got notes so I don't get carried away, but obviously I know it's in my knowledge what I'm saying. So the first time we take a substance that is foreign to our brain actually recognizes it and thinks, wow, I need this. I need this to be normal. This feels great. So, you know, that first time we go out with our friends when we legally can have a drink, or, you know, go to a club, or, you know, that sort of scene, or, you know, your first time where you had something really fun where you used a substance, your brain will always seek that first time, that first high, that first fun time, that first fun encounter. I don't know, some people had a really bad experience and turned them off, whether you think that was unlucky or lucky. But our brain is always searching for that. So I believe addiction starts first in the brain, because the first time you take that substance, your brain then recognizes this foreign thing and thinks, wow, I need this. I need this to be normal. This feels great. This is what normal feels like. And, you know, where we look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Your brain will then, the same area that your brain needs to survive, having water, having food, having shelter. So this is what we're up against when we're drug addicts, right? We're fighting with our brain and our body and everything we've got. Even if we want to stop, sometimes we just can't, and not all of us get out of this battle alive. So your brain will tell you you need this substance just as much as you need water, you need food, you need shelter, you need safety and security and a home. So it goes in as a survival, and your brain believes it needs it to survive. So addiction is very hard to tackle, and I really feel for anyone that is a substance abuser or their loved ones, because it's really, it's not an easy thing to go through, and it's soul crushing. You know, I think, and I pressed on it. I just don't think we're equipped to actually combat an addiction if our loved one is addicted. We don't know how to be there emotionally for them and understand what they're going through. All we see is what the drug is, what they're doing as a result of the drug. It's so hard to comprehend what is happening to them and what is being taken from them from the drug. So I believe that we need to combat it in our brains first, in the way we think and the way our brain responds to the substance abuse. It's a very big challenge because we know so little about the brain in hindsight of its amazing capacity and capabilities. And so I believe drug addiction is initially a problem in the brain and the way that the brain responds to foreign substances. You'll also realize that when we have, you know, if we've, I don't want to say normal as a medical term, but when we look at a comparison between someone that has used a substance to someone that has not used a substance, when they have if they ever by chance needed a magnetic resonance image, which is called an MRI, it's a type of medical procedure, and it's a color imaging type thing, and so it won't tell you exactly what drug or what's gone on, but your color image will be different to that of someone that's never used a substance. So in closing up, if you are or have a loved one that is suffering from addiction, I really want you to find your tribe and your support group as an addict or as a loved one to an addict. emotional and community and that feeling connected and that support and someone to hear you out. Please do not take the burden on yourself alone to combat someone's addiction for them. They need to do that themselves. And also, if you are using a substance, know that this is the battle of your life. Not only are you going to struggle stopping the substance, but then there's also learning to live beyond the substance. So you get used to not having a substance, and then you need to learn who you are, your personality, how to face life without that substance in it. It is an ongoing battle, not an impossible one, but please know you are not alone, and the challenge is it's a huge battle that starts not only in your behavior or what you're doing, but also in your brain. So please do ask for help if you do need it. That is this week's episode. Thank you for watching and listening. I hope I have brought awareness to you. Stay tuned for next week when we talk about how to trick the brain. Thank you, everyone.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. So for everyone, happy Valentine's Day. It's the day of love. It's the day that we should all have a smile on our dial and really be thankful that we're alive. And for those people that don't have someone special in their life, make your day special. Make yourself the #1 person in your life. I mean, you know, for many people around the world, they, for whatever reason, don't have a partner and someone special to call that special someone, but make yourself special because each and every one of you are very, very, very special to us here at A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. So this week's Simply Tarot card of the week is the Eight of Wands. I was going to call it the Ace of Wands. Speedy news or situation. So this is good news if you've been waiting on something, that things are going to happen quite speedily now. But the secondary meaning of this card, which I think is very appropriate for this show, is the arrows of love. So for those of you that might be seeking love or been thinking about sort of the potential of maybe meeting someone special or attracting someone new in your life, this is the perfect card for that. It's the arrows of love. So for whatever this card brings for you this week, and some people it'll bring all of it, speedy news and speedy situations coming into their life, plus love. And for many of us, it's just going to be the long-awaited correspondence that we've been waiting on has finally arrived. So whatever it brings for you this week, I hope it brings you joy. I hope it brings you love. And most importantly, I hope it brings you peace of mind, because we've all had a very difficult few years. It'd be nice now to sort of think that we can all just sort of exhale and enjoy the time without too many complications and too many, life events getting in the road, that we can just sort of get a little bit of a wriggle on with life being very normal, shall we say, of being able to just focus on what's important in our lives. And, love makes the world go round, I believe. I know they say money does, but I think love's far more important than money. Yes, we need money to function in this world, but without love and without contentment in your heart, whether that's you choose to be by yourself or you want to be in a relationship or you are in a relationship, without some sort of love in your life, I think you're a very empty vessel. So, and I know many people that choose to be by themselves because they're very comfortable with their life the way it is, and that's fine. We're all individual, we're all different, and we all have a different version of what makes our heart sing. So whatever you do this Valentine's Day, make sure that it's something that's going to make your heart sing and put a smile on someone else's face. Even just sort of put a little post on your social media wishing everybody else a happy Valentine's Day. There may just be that one person out there that looks at that message and makes their heart sing, and then that's your job done. So it's going to be an interesting week this week as we move into sort of very complicated, sort of choppy sort of waters astrologically, in a sense, and I'm going to do my very best to explain it in simple terms that we can all absorb, because sometimes I think astrologers get a little bit too caught up in their own technical jargon and the average person doesn't have a clue what they're talking about. So that's why I like to try and explain as we go along where I've got my information from, how it's happening and why it's happening, so that you can sort of understand it and sort of, follow along with me. The sun is still currently in Aquarius. It'll only be there for approximately another 5 days. So the time of the year when the sun's in Aquarius is where we get some breakthrough moments. We get some thinking outside the box. We get different ideas, different ways of problem solving, looking at situations, looking at issues, and hopefully getting some sort of different direction that we can move forward. Now, the sun at the moment is conjunct or holding hands with Saturn, the planet of discipline, the planet that sort of gives us our stickability, our determination, our drive, that gives us that point of focus, if you want to say that. So with the sun holding hands here with Saturn, even though that there's been some amazing breakthroughs and there's been some great things happening around the world, there still may feel as if there's a little bit of a restriction or a limitation. Now, to apply to that to us personally, yes, it's going to be affecting Aquarians, Librans, and Gemini's more than it is any other sign, followed by Leo. But it means each and every one of us might have had a few light bulb moments, but we see that there's restrictions or the timing isn't quite right. So it's one of those things that you jot it down, you put it away, you file it away and say, that's not quite the right time, but I can bring that out at another time. And I've got the beginning point of, you know, a major new turning point or a development in my life or something that I want to progress with at maybe a later date. We have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is conjunct or holding hands Neptune. Neptune is the planet of illusion or delusion, but it's also the planet of creativity and mystique and intrigue in our lives. So with Venus sitting here, I think it's a very, very interesting combination, because Venus being the planet of love and affection, or the love that we're hoping to attract in our lives, or the things that we love to do, conjunct Neptune here to me sort of says that if you were to meet somebody, if you were single and you were to meet somebody at the moment under this influence, they would be mystical, they would be different, they would be very intriguing. You wouldn't necessarily sort of see the whole person all in one go. It's sort of like every time you had a conversation with them or a text message or you went on a date, you would learn something new, and it would be intriguing and mysterious and keep your interest there. So they may be different from anybody else that you've ever previously attracted in your life, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think every now and then we need to shake it up a little bit, because if it hasn't worked in the past, then why keep attracting the same type of person? We need to be looking to make different choices or attracting different people in our lives. And with it being in the Pisces energy, it can be sort of very gentle, it can be very mystical, but it can also be super strong. Never underestimate any energy that's in Pisces, because even though it might seem sort of weak and sort of gentle, it's certainly not weak. It's a very strong energy, and it's a very wise energy. So attracting somebody new under this influence would be really potentially a very, very solid opportunity for a really strong, solid relationship to build slowly, with a lot of intrigue, a lot of mystery, a lot of fun, a lot of laughter, and really sort of probably somebody that you need in your life. So that's good for anybody that's seeking love. We also have Jupiter, the planet of expansion and opportunity, is conjunct or holding hands Chiron, which is not actually a planet and it's not a luminary. It's one of the Arabian parts of astrology, which is where we look to heal ourselves. So particularly for Aries people, at the moment with Jupiter conjunct Chiron, it means that if you're trying to bring in some new opportunities or some new areas to your life, make sure that they have that healing element to them as well. You know, some people I know that are Aries are looking to make career changes or career choices, and they're looking to sort of bring different areas into their lives. And it has to be that for this to happen and to be as successful as it can be, there must be a certain element here of making your life better in a way that it's sort of healing you, whether that's emotionally, spiritually, physically, psychically, it doesn't matter, but there has to be a healing element here to it. And some people are sort of looking at this as maybe potentially a past life connection, that they're bringing in wisdom or clearing stuff from their soul that's been there for a very, very long time in their soul DNA, so to speak. So if you're in Aries, it's the time not to waste this amazing positive energy, because there is new opportunities. There is opportunities there to really sort of step out of your comfort zone a little bit and start to sort of tread new ground. And this has been a long time in coming for Aries people to be able to have that sort of opportunity. It also flows on to the other fire signs, which is Leo and Sagittarius, and also Librans. So we move on to Pluto. Now, Pluto's the planet of transformation, and I quite often talk about Pluto on this show because Pluto's had such a major role in our lives since about 2007, where he's been sort of, you know, moving his way through Capricorn, trying to bring about some changes to governments, to structures, to the way that the world itself structures things, and global warming and those sort of things have become more prevalent during Pluto's time in Capricorn. He will be there till 2024, so he's nearing the end of this. Now, I always find when a slow-moving planet particularly is nearing the end of a cycle, that the energy that they bring really, really intensifies. So here at the moment, Pluto is really working hard to try and transform the things that we need to be looking at. Just look at the changes that have been around the world with political persuasions and how people see things, the things that are now becoming important to the voters, to the people that put them in power. Look at how many sudden changes there's been of governments or government leaders, or, you know, people resigning from politics, you know, they're 1 minute gone the next. So many things like that as Pluto sort of really starts to sort of bite now and really starting to try and make us take notice of the fact that we need to take global warming seriously, look at all the weather events that have been happening around the world. And it's, you know, it's not something that we can ignore. I know there's plenty of naysayers there that say it's all BS. Well, you know, go and sit in one of those places, live in one of those places that's seen the devastation from fires and floods and earthquakes and tsunamis and rain events, and then tell me that it's not real. Because I think a lot of times we sort of can fob off things because we're not directly affected by it. So Pluto is working very, very hard to bring about the truth, to bring things that were hidden to the open spaces, that we can sort of bring them things out of the darkness into the light so that they can be processed and dealt with. So Pluto's energy is very deliberate, definite, and it's not to be forgotten. Now, Pluto is holding hands with Mercury at the moment, and Mercury is actually sitting in Aquarius. Now, it's really interesting here because you've got Pluto in one side and you've got Mercury sitting in the other side, where they're still conjunct or holding hands, but they're both vibrating off a different energy. Now, Mercury and Venus, Mercury in Aquarius is trying to ask us to think outside the square. So Mercury here is trying to help Pluto along, sort of saying, okay, not everything's got to be fixed and rigid. We can start to try and find some answers that maybe are thinking outside the square, something that people said even 6 months or 12 months ago, that can't possibly work, that's ridiculous, that's fantasy. Now we're going to approach it in a different way. Maybe we've got some more information or some different problem solving techniques here that we can bring about this. Hopefully this might be a sign that maybe, just maybe, we're going to see the end of this trouble in Ukraine, this terrible war that's going on that should never have started. Look, I know there's lots of, you know, people having lots of different opinions whether or not this is going to create World War III. I truly hope not. I truly hope that there can be some way that we can find a resolution to this. And it's just about one person or one country being a bully, trying to take over something that's not theirs. And that's as simple as it is. And I know that a lot of wars and things over time have been that way. But surely we've grown up as a world to say that we don't behave like this in this barbaric manner anymore, that we can find other ways of resolving conflict. And, you know, let's, you know, all pray together that this is going to bring a sudden resolution and a finish to this, that those poor people in Ukraine can start rebuilding their lives and get back to normality. So I hope that that's sort of helped you with the look at this week's glimpse of astrology, of where things are and how they're sitting in the solar system. And, you know, there'll be parts there that are applicable to you, and there'll be parts there that you'll say, Amanda, that doesn't apply to me, and that's fine. I'm trying to encompass every single sign, that everybody gets some sort of message out of the astrology report every week. So we're going to talk with Hayley in Atlanta in Georgia. Are you there, Hayley?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Hayley?
Yes, I was wondering if I will be in a new relationship soon.
Oh, that's a good question, Hayley, particularly on Valentine's Day. Really, really interesting, because the first thing that they're sharing with me, Hayley, is that there's still a tiny little bit of residue there of old emotions. So is that more the fact that you're being super cautious and you don't want to sort of make the same choices you did in the past? Could it be a little bit of that you're being sort of super sensitive or super aware of things, that you're sort of really conscious of, I'm not going to make those choices again. I'm looking for something fresh and different that suits the new me?
Yes, that's correct.
Good. Okay, that's good, because that's the first thing that they were showing me, that, you know, we needed to address, that there's still a little bit of emotional residue there. And I'm not saying it's preventing love coming in. I'm just saying you need to be aware of you are handling this the right way. So, you know, people used to say to me, oh, you know, people shouldn't be so fussy. Well, I disagree with that. If you don't attract somebody that really enhances or brings something into your life that you can't bring to yourself, then why would you attract something that's not going to be beneficial to you? You know, if we aim high, then we get what we want. You know, there's no point in settling for second best, because, you know, while you're doing that, you're not fulfilling yourself or fulfilling a relationship. Having said all that, I'm not saying that there's not love on the horizon. I'm just trying to be very clear with you, Hayley, that there's plenty of opportunity there, and there's been plenty of chances there where you could have gone on a date, but you've sort of said, no, that's really not right. It's not, I don't feel anything. It's not the right connection. I think I'll pass. And then you sort of question, well, maybe I'm being too fussy. No, you're not. And I think by doing this, you're reinforcing the guidelines that you set down for yourself at what you want moving forward. Now, you know, to attract new love into your life, there's some certain criteria that needs to be met, and that's good. And I don't believe it's too high. I think you need to stick to your guns on this. Having said that, I do think that there's going to be a new relationship. I'm sort of seeing the word March, and I don't think it's March 2024. I think it's going to be March this year. It may not seem at the beginning when you meet this person that it's like, oh, I don't feel anything, you know, like, nice guy, but so what? You know what I mean? There's no immediate bells and whistles or connection or whatever. I'm going to say don't dismiss it because of that. If you meet 2 or 3 people next month that ask you to go out on a date, provided there's nothing wrong, nothing that sort of sets off warning bells, I would go. I would see where it takes me, and sort of just have a very open mind, because this man, to me, initially I don't get that pull. But it's really interesting, because by about the 3rd time that you see him, and you might just sort of decide in your mind that, okay, look, he's a nice guy, we'll just remain friends and go for a coffee date once a week. And out of that, I think is going to blossom love that's going to really surprise you, because you didn't feel that, you know, that it certainly isn't ugly or anything, but there was just no magic there. And it's like, it's going to catch you by surprise when it does sort of creep up, and you think, wow, what's changed? You know, we've been out half a dozen times as friends. There was no magic there. And now all of a sudden I can't get him out of my head. He is a really, really nice guy. He's got light brown hair, brown to hazily coloured eyes, fairly tall, broad-shouldered. I wouldn't say fat and I wouldn't say thin. I felt he was a man that worked with his hands. Now, that used to be years ago somebody that was on the tools. This day and age, people that work with computers or technology quite often are presented to me as working with their hands as well, because they're tapping, you know, they're physically working with their hands as well as their minds. So I don't want you to just think, oh, he's a tradesman on tools. He could very well be somebody that works in IT, you know what I mean? And that to me is he still works with his hands. I like him. He's a nice style of a guy. He's a little bit on the quiet side, but he has a nice personality. Certainly what you see is what you get. He's very, very trustworthy. I mean, you know, like everybody's had a broken heart or two. I mean, there's been, you know, he's had his heart broken before, but I don't feel that there's any emotional baggage there. And I think that's the important thing. I mean, you know, even if he's been married, it doesn't matter. As long as there's no emotional baggage there that gets transported over into a new relationship, which I don't feel that there is, I feel that this is going to build into a really, really beautiful, strong, definite connection that's going to lead to a very serious commitment, Hayley. And that's really positive. But as I said, at the beginning, you sort of think, nice guy, but there's no magic. And, you know, sometimes they're the best relationships where we sort of get caught a little bit off guard because we were expecting something else, you know. And I think in the past, I think you've always rushed into things really quickly, haven't you? And, you know, you've woken up in love like after the first date. And this is going to be a new experience for you, where it's a completely different experience, and it's good. I really like him. I think this is going to lead to a very happy, long commitment together, Hayley, and I think it's well deserved. I think both of you have never experienced the power of this sort of love connection in this relationship and how it's going to develop. It's really beautiful. So well done, you. And is there also a new job on the horizon?
What'd you say?
Is there a new job on the horizon?
I have been looking for some
different positions, and I'm hoping that something will come through.
Yeah, well, they just said to me, and by the way, there's a new job for Haley. So I thought, well, I better ask, is there a new job coming?
Oh, good.
Because there's a new,
Yes,
because they were
hopefully.
saying that that was the sort of like after we've dealt with the romance and the happy side of things, they said, by the way, is there a new job coming? Because they were showing me this new job. So I think the man's coming first, Haley, but I'm going to say don't stop looking for a job either. Sometimes we interview for something and it doesn't have a start date for 6 or 8 weeks. So your life is certainly on an upward swing. Whatever you've been doing, continue to keep doing it because you're on the right track. You're attracting what you need to you now. For you now. So again, even with the job situation, I'd say don't settle for second best. If it isn't better than what you've got and can bring more to your life, whether that's financially or rewarding or a combination of everything, then don't take it. It's your turn now to sort of get exactly what you want. So I wish you well, Haley, and lovely to speak with you.
So much.
Okay, we're going to talk with Marky now in Fresno in California, and I know I've pronounced that wrong. Are you there, Marky?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Yeah, I was wondering, me and my husband applied for this apartment, and I'm wondering, the realtor said it'll take 2 to 3 days to get back to us if we're going to get it or not.
Okay. You really got your heart set on this one?
Huh?
I said, have you really got your heart set on this one? Okay. I'm seeing a slight delay between, if they said 3 days, I think it's going to be more likely to be 5 days before you get an answer. I'm not saying you won't get it, but I just sort of feel that there's either some new questions to be answered or a couple of extra conditions they're going to put on this place. And I can see you sort of questioning, I don't know whether we want it now. And that's why I asked whether you've really got your heart set on it. I'm not saying you won't get it, but I just actually feel there's something better coming and something that's more affordable. So it's like if something doesn't go quite right with this one, don't be disheartened because there's something better coming that's going to suit you guys even better. But this realtor seems to be a bit fussy, if I can put it that way. They seem to ask, did they ask a lot of questions when you put the application in?
A little bit, not too much.
Right. I mean, I just feel that they're going to come back with some other conditions or some other questions or something else. I'm saying it's there, it's yours if you want it. It's just that you may decide with the extra conditions that maybe this is not for you. So, but whichever place that you're moving to, it's going to be a good, fresh new start. And I felt that you and your husband had been sort of contemplating this move for some time now. It wasn't something that was just, came up last week. This is something, it's a big change for you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why we've got to get it right, because it's got to be somewhere that you can sort of settle into and make it a home and, then focus on other areas of your life. So is your husband, has there been a change in his work, or is there changes coming up with his work?
I don't know. I don't think there is.
Yeah, it could just be a new position being offered in the company that he's in. I'm just going to say to you, what they're showing me is changes or things there that he feels a little bit uncomfortable with. But I'm going to say that embrace it, because once it all settles down, it actually feels to me to be really positive, as if they're grooming him for a stronger position within the company, like they're getting him ready for a promotion. And this is just sort of like the early stages of it. Because your husband's a sort of person that he likes to know exactly what is ahead of him, doesn't he? He likes to be able to feel like he's in control of it, that he knows exactly what he's got to do. He doesn't like change.
Yeah.
He's not comfortable with people thrusting changes on him without sort of already warning him. That's what I felt. But look, I feel whatever's changing in his work is good. It's not bad. So what you've got to do is sort of, when he comes home, he's a bit upset about it, try and talk him through it and sort of find the positives out of this. Well, look, darling, they wouldn't have given you this extra responsibility if they didn't think you could handle it, and you don't know what else they might have in the back of their mind. This could be leading to something even better for you. And I think by just being encouraging like that, I think he'll see it from a different angle. I think he sort of thought, well, it just came out of nowhere. why are they doing this to me, you know, and it's not a punishment, it's actually a good thing. And I think sometimes people forget to tell you the whole story, you know, and that's what I think's happened here. They haven't given him the whole picture, and they should have.
Yeah.
But I think this year is going to be a very positive year for the two of you. It's a really good year because you went through a really difficult 5-year period there, didn't you, where things were just sort of so uncertain. You weren't able to get any traction in your life. Well, now you're going to be able to get traction and start to get ahead, because the end goal is, that I feel, that you're saving towards a home of your own.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's, you know, we need to be able to sort of move along with that. You haven't been able to get very far with that because life has intervened. Well, once you make this move, that to me will enable you to sort of settle and start to get your lives in a way that, you know, we're starting to get a little bit more money in the door. We can put a little bit more money away towards our goal of, you know, home ownership and things like that. And life is just sort of starting to slowly settle down and be more gentle and more predictable. And I think that's a good thing because, as I said, Marky, you've had such an uncomfortable 5 years on and off that you haven't really ever been able to sort of plan too far ahead and know you can stick to it. So you've got some really great times ahead of you, sweetie. So just keep strong and just know that if this is not the right one, there's something even better around the corner. So, you know, either way, they've both got a good feel to me.
All right.
Okay, lovely to talk to you, sweetie. So it's interesting how people are on the move and people are making big decisions in, you know, the early part of 2023, and people are starting to be able to resurrect some of their old long-term goals. And that's a good thing because, you know, we went through so much uncertainty with COVID and everything like that and everything that brought about, that I think it's now time that we all start to sort of put down some foundation stones to our future and where we need to be going and what we need to be sort of bringing towards us in our lives. And that's what 2023 is about bringing to light some of those goals that we had to put on the back burner as we, you know, life intervened and we had to look at things through different sets of eyes. Now we can start to bring those forward and start to look at where we need to be going moving forward. So this week, because it is Valentine's Day, and look, there's so many beautiful love songs that I could have chosen out of the ether out there of, you know, beautiful love songs that have been written. And if you watch the show regularly, you know that I'm a huge David Cassidy fan, and I always will be. But today I'm not going to leave you with a David Cassidy song. I'm going to actually leave you with my other favourite, all-time favourite singer's song, one of Australia's finest singers, and the world is slowly starting to discover him on YouTube now. We've been fortunate enough to have him here for over 5 decades, and he's an amazing singer, and his name is John Farnham. And I want to leave you with one of his biggest hits, and it's called Two Strong Hearts. So for all the lovers out there, or people that just like to be in love or like the feeling of love and Valentine's Day, John Farnham on your turntable, Two Strong Hearts, and I'll see you next week. Bye for now.